Hey, we're live on YouTube. Evening all. Hi to anyone that comes to join. I would love to have a panel this evening. Kind of a Friday chit chat, hangout kind of deal. Once again, last night was fun. If you enjoyed last night's live stream, then hopefully you'll enjoy tonight. Last night we were talking to Flaming Dragon, a new subscriber to my channel, who wanted to come on the Hangouts, and we ended up talking about relationships in lockdown, relationships on a dating app, and just relationship dating advice in general. Good and bad, and good advice and bad advice, and maybe some advice not to take. Including maybe some of mine. You may have thought that my advice wasn't exactly great. Maybe it wasn't, maybe it was. Who knows? But what I can say is that we had fun. We hung out for nearly 3 hours. It was a late night stream with Raven. I was streaming until like nearly 12 o'clock last night, which is unusual for me. I do stream between like 5 and 8 generally. This evening's live stream is obviously 7 o'clock. I've decided to stream kind of mid-stream this evening, like a midway. I don't want to be up too late. I don't want to be streaming too early because then a lot of people are still at work. So I've chosen now. We shall see how many people we get. If we get any people at all. If not, I will just talk to myself, which I do really well anyway. There is a get to the words, Raven. There is a poll on my community tab at the minute. I'm going to check how much it has got. We've had 3 votes, and the community tab poll was: what online shopping stream do you want to see next? There was the Everything £5 loungewear, the Primark online stream, or the poundshop.com stream. And currently, with 3 votes and 67% of the voting, it is Primark, and Poundshop has 1 vote, and Primark have 2, and others was comment below. So far, Primark are winning for tomorrow's shopping live stream. If I get any more votes this evening and it sways it, I will obviously change which live stream I do. If not, then there will be a Primark come shopping with me live stream tomorrow at some point. I will obviously put it on my community tab when I'm going to be doing it. It should be tomorrow. Sunday I have plans, so it'll be tomorrow or it'll be Monday at the very latest. So it'll be one of those 2. I might do it till Monday, let it have some more time to vote, or I might do it for Monday, or I might do it tomorrow. Who knows? Raven is a woman of mystery, and as it's my channel and the poll doesn't have a date on it, maybe I should have put a date on the poll. That might have helped. But yeah, do go check out my poll. And then it will either be Primark, Everything £5 loungewear, or Pound Shop, or there is a section to put other. So you can put any shop you want, really, within reason. As long as I can get it on the screen share, then I can actually do a video. I could do an unlisted video and do it pre-recorded as well, if people would rather pre-recorded videos. I am open to doing any videos I can. I do have a plan for my week as of next week. Next week is looking very serial killer-like. Kind of Ted Bundy, BTK is next week. So more serial killers coming because everyone lives my serial killer content, apparently. Obviously, I'm not obsessed with serial killers, but it is kind of my thing. True crime, serial killers. I did watch or listen to, bit of both, the True Crimes podcast today. to do with the 13-year-old boy that bought some drugs off Snapchat, and it included fentanyl, and unfortunately he died. And that was the Hours podcast I listened to today. That was a true crime daily podcast. My nail is cracked. Which was very interesting to listen to how this young little boy managed to buy drugs off of Snapchat. He managed to sneak out of the house while his parents were asleep to go to see this drug dealer who sold him the drugs. One of the drugs contained fentanyl, and the kid was found unresponsive and died, which is a shocking thing. And that's what I've been listening to today so far. I've done some shopping, went food shopping. I've listened to the podcast. I've been planning, as I said, my week to hang out and do stuff and just kind of chill. Tomorrow is obviously another day. Is Saturday. Saturday means market day for me. If I choose to go, I may or may not. Depends if I get out. Market day is really busy in town, and we're still during COVID, so you kind of have to be careful. You know what you get yourself involved in. So hopefully there'll be some more people join. I was 6 minutes in. If not, I will just spend the evening talking to myself. There is nothing I like more than hanging out with me. Flaming Dragon tuned in last night, came on the panel. It was his first time on my panel. I think we did really well. We answered questions about dating, about apps. Joe Buddy threw some good questions in there. Emmy made a surprise appearance. Solus was here. And many other of my supporters made the evening really fun. I answered some of my dominant questions. I answered some relationship questions. And we just kind of hung out. And that was kind of cool. It was probably the longest stream I've done. I don't think I've done a 3-hour stream yet. Since I've been back streaming, I think that was the longest one I've done. Usually I keep my streams to sort of 2.5 is probably the max I've done. And last night we did 3, which I think was brilliant. I think we had a really good chit chat going, really good conversations flowing, answered some questions that the chat wanted to hear, which is most important to have the chat answering questions and queries that they had on me. Obviously, I answered some of the more prying questions that people wanted about my dominant side and the whole dominant-esque thing, which I have answered some questions in private as well, some that I didn't want to divulge on YouTube for obvious reasons. YouTube can be a bit fickle when it comes to that kind of topics. And there are a lot of judgy people on YouTube as well, which is unfortunate because I'm not one to judge other people. But apparently it's perfectly fine to be judged myself, which I mean is fine in retrospect. You don't put yourself out online not to be judged, whether it's your content, your appearance, your looks. You're on YouTube, you're going to be judged. Any excitement going on? Coach Eli is meant to be on JV Gunner's stream tonight. That should be interesting. I think he's also taken American Dream with him. I don't know what's going on with them two. And Susie being in the chat last night with Eli, and all that whole band of people are just kind of weird to me. How they kind of team up like kind of like the A-team. You remember the A-team from Eli's side? Oh dear God, him and Barbara and Shangy and kind of like this A-team, and oh dear God, it was like the worst superhero put together misfits you could find on YouTube that became this like A-team. Like they were gonna teach us all a lesson and take over YouTube, and they were super at what they do. And God. and now you've got JB donating to Eli, and Eli getting all excited at the prospect of going on JB's stream, which I don't know why he would be excited about that. I don't see what this little bromance is going to bring, if anything, to Eli's channel, apart from probably more trolls and strife, which he gets without having to seek JB out for this kind of attention, obviously. And Lycan obviously was mentioned quite a lot last night, and so was Truck Driver Billy and Riley, and obviously SB got another mention because Eli doesn't stop with his insistent talking about them, talking about our community, how it's a done deal, it's over, it's finished, like repeatedly saying that, claiming we're the echo chamber, claiming we're triggered, that he does everything professionally and maturely, and that we're just childish behavior. I mean, could be true. We could be childish. That could be his way of, you know, portraying his own insecurities by projecting, which is always something that these men do, is project, mind you. If you project, you get the eject. If he did that, he'd have to take himself off his own stream, I'm guessing. But yeah, I don't know. I did an update video this morning updating you on my current situation, how I've been, how we have a new car, or my ex has a new car and that I helped him, how I'm still surviving every day on YouTube. Just basically a chit chat, just to kind of hang out, I guess. I don't know what tonight will bring, if anything. I'm not overly optimistic when it comes to my channel, when it comes to people hanging out. I just kind of play my channel by ear, which I think is one of the ways to do your channel. Play it by ear, go with the flow. Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, I had my St. Paddy's Day celebration the other day. Thank you to everyone that came to that as well. That went awesome. Quite a few people in here that night. And then I haven't done a live stream today. Usually I do one in the afternoon where I do an online shopping, but today I uploaded my QD shopping haul. I uploaded a what else did I upload? An update video on my channel, and then I uploaded a serial killer one as well. So you've had a pre-recorded video, an update on my channel, and then you had a QD shopping haul, which was also pre-recorded. So you've had 3 pre-recorded videos today. I didn't know whether to do a live stream or not, to be fair. Friday nights are usually a bad time to live stream because I think everyone live streams on a Friday night, which could be the issue, that everyone streams on a Friday, which is possibly a bad thing. Could be a good thing. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. Hopefully, we'll do some hanging out. I don't know who's going to turn up, if anyone. I mean, it's personal choice to come and hang out, obviously. You can choose to hang out, you can choose to not hang out. You know, anyone can feel free to dive in at any point. Pick a topic, a situation, I don't know. I haven't really thought all of this through, if I'm honest, tonight. I just kind of, I don't know, decided to go live for like no apparent reason. My phone keeps going off because of Discord. Apparently, Discord loves my phone this evening. To be fair, it goes off all the time. It's amazing how many Discords that I actually have. go off all the time. I don't know. It's kind of quiet this evening. I guess my channel's not as interesting as usual. Maybe I need to spice it up a little bit. Get a bit spicy on my channel. Like I said, last night was pretty cool. It was a late night stream, which I don't do that often. I don't tend to do late night ones, if I'm honest. Not because I don't like doing late night streams. Usually there's more fun and excitement going on in a late night stream, and I try and, I suppose you could say, try and keep, how do I want to put it? Try and keep the evenings free for other people's live streams, people that may or may not have, I suppose you could say, drama. Eli tends to go live every night, so there's plenty of content to be looking at when it comes to him, because he streams like 2-3 times a day and says the same stuff. So you're not really missing anything, are we? I am live, I believe, kind of hanging out by myself, which is fine. Been here for 16 minutes. I'm running out of topics, obviously, because I hadn't really planned a topic. But if you're here in the chat, do feel free to say hi. If you're new to my chat, also feel free to say hi. Thank you for the dislike, Eli. Much love to you. Although I'm not actually talking about you, but you continue to dislike my videos or American Dream. You really are a piece of work, Eli, aren't you? All you're going to do, dislike my streams until I stop going to Jamie's, because that's not going to happen. So you can just bite that in the ass. You can dislike every one of my streams. I will still continue to go support Jamie and SB and O'Reilly and all of them. So you're not doing yourselves any favours by disliking it, because it doesn't bother me. Not triggered in the slightest. So you're going to have to try harder there, Eli. I'm going to sit a bit more comfortable because it's meant to be more of a casual hangout. Hopefully, someone will come to my channel. I don't know what to stream about this evening. Nothing's really happened. Obviously, last night, Eli was streaming. JB donated £50 to him because obviously Eli's coming on his panel tonight, so I'm guessing that's a goodwill gesture. It can't be for his content because Eli doesn't have none, so I think we've assessed that much. Obviously, it was kind of a sweeten the deal kind of thing. I'm guessing they want to make some kind of pact against Lycan and SB. I don't know. It seems crazy to me that these two fully grown men are gonna start a beef that apparently neither of them want, neither of them are interested in, but they're still gonna go through the motions. That's not unusual, is it? Fully grown man arguing over what exactly? YouTube space, YouTube air, supporters, money. You'll find YouTube men are always beefing about something. They always got to show their masculinity and prove they're an alpha male because they have an entire chat full of people, or they have loads of subs or loads of money, or it's petty stuff. Beefs on YouTube come and go. Every other day there's beefs on YouTube. You just don't hear about all of them. It's just that in our community, there's been a beef going for like so long. It's just become second nature now. To restream Eli's streams, to talk behind the scenes about him, to just despise him. It's just become second nature. as much as YouTube is a friendly platform to be on, it's not always a friendly platform to be on. There are people that will stab you in the back at a minute's notice. There are people that will talk behind your back. There are people that are always out there to be better than you, or think they're better than you, or they're telling other people they're better than you. They talk down to you, they conspire. You always get that kind of stuff on YouTube. It's just not always in the forefront of YouTube. It's not in every community. There are communities out there that are just getting along day to day with their content and just getting on with it. And then there are communities that I know of that spend each day restreaming each other and beefs and quarrels, and some of them seem to go round and round, not particularly mentioning any names. And the beefs never seem to go away. They seem to dull down and then somehow they reinflate again. And it's kind of a cycle of it dulling down and reinflating and backwards and forwards. Good evening, Deb. So I don't have anything particular to talk about. Obviously, tonight's drama will be Eli and JB hanging out together, like this little bromance that they've made up. What are they both trying to get out of this bromance? Who knows? Who knows? Could it just be that JB wants Eli as a protege? Is Eli smooching off JB for more subs, more content, more subscribers, more money? Probably. Friendly Taha. Good evening. So I don't know. The chats could just be just because two people that have had a beef for so long want to just hash it out and move on. It could be the same as what Jamie and Lycan and Eli were going to try and do, have a live stream and hash it out between the two of them. Could that be what JB and Eli are planning to do? Hash out old beefs and move on? Could be what they're talking about. It could be that they're just trying to move on and squash the beef, the same as what Eli tried to do when he was going to go on Lycans, and obviously he chickened out. He went on Rogue's channel, that didn't go well. He cancelled with RDA, he cancelled with Lycan Theory. Will Eli cancel with JB this evening? I doubt it, because of JB donating to him. He donated him £50. I can't see Eli then just backing out. I think this one will go ahead, and I think he will turn up, and I think he will be interviewed or debated or conversation or whatever they're trying to achieve from this meeting of two different sides of YouTube. Obviously, JB is more one side. Eli is obviously a liberal. They are both sides of a coin, really, when it comes to business, when it comes to their politics. So I'm not exactly sure what they're trying to achieve from it. But as always, Eli always has an agenda. JB will always have an agenda. The two coming together, is that a bad scenario? Possibly a bad thing. There could be some positives from it. I don't know what that will be. He's already said that he's going to be talking about Lycan. He's already said he's going to be talking about SB. Will it be just another bashing fest on another channel from Eli? Who knows? Obviously, it's JB's channel. He's in charge of his channel. What he says will go this evening, and Eli will obviously follow suit. Whether it's bashing and trolling people, or whether it's, I don't know. It's a weird little friendship going on. But who knows? I could be wrong. They could literally just be meeting up to hash shit out and then just move on, which would be the best scenario for everyone involved. Eli, and if you don't know, Eli and JB have always had this backwards and forwards little beef, the same as what Eli and Lycan has had. Eli would be furious at JB one week, and then he'd be trying to buddy with him with the next, and then he'd be re-angry with him. And then JB kind of disappeared off the kind of area of Eli and kind of backed off, left him alone, didn't want nothing more to do with him. And now he's suddenly re-popped up again. So who knows what is in JB's mind, or who knows what's in Eli's mind. I mean, in all fairness, I don't think anyone quite knows what's actually going on right now. It all seems hit and miss on what the real reason is for this sudden flip in consciousness, I guess. Suddenly these two people want to hang out and stream together and chat like normal. The £50 probably helped. I mean, let's be honest. Eli likes money. You know, he backed out of RDA. He backed out of Lycan. I doubt he will back out of JB's because JB would just call him a pussy. So I can't see that happening. Any other issues on YouTube? I don't think there really is any other beefs going on. I think that's the one that kind of sticks out. You know, Eli being so fixated on Lycan and SB. Truck driver Billy, obviously, he still has a beef with, although truck driver Billy probably couldn't care less. It's just another YouTuber beef that will eventually fizz out, as they always do. They just go into the abyss of nothingness and just fizzle out. Some beefs can carry on forever, some will carry on for a few months. If you're like Eli, apparently you can hold a grudge for years. But beefs come and go. Some are more damaging than others. Some are just words on YouTube. Some of them are harsh videos on YouTube. And then the more severe beefs are things like swatting, sending pizzas to people's houses, or, you know, doxing them and that kind of thing. So you can get more severe forms of beefs on YouTube. But usually the harsh words on YouTube are basically just mindless banter backwards and forwards, maybe the occasional video. Doxing and swatting are not very often done around, I suppose you could put it, in the communities I hang around in. They don't generally dox and do that kind of thing. I've never seen them dox or swat or send pizzas or do anything malice of any nature. The communities I kind of hang in are kind of clean. From what I see, that if people do that kind of stuff, obviously that's off their own backs. But personally, I've never seen that kind of stuff going on myself. But YouTube beefs do carry on, and how the outcome is when it comes to a YouTube beef can be determined by the people involved in it. Either you butt heads, have a debate, say what you think on each other, and walk away from each other, or you butt heads and you continue to do it for months or years. One of you back down maybe, and the other one just carries on, or the other person back down and the other one carries on. The worst case scenario is if your YouTube channel got took down, or you were suspended from streaming, and beefs can turn into that kind of thing where it's copyrights and flags, and people have even had their channels took down from YouTube beefs. People will, you know, flag your channel, flag your content, and do it to an extent where your channel is either taken down or your channel is put on a suspension so you can't live stream. And if you obviously get too many community guidelines, strikes and flagging and everything, and it gets all too much, YouTube just takes your channel away, which is a worst case scenario. The best case scenario when it comes to a YouTube beef is eventually either you hash it out and go separate ways, or you hash it out and one person will take the higher road and one person will take the lower road, and the person that takes the high road will obviously continue and move on in their YouTube career and day-to-day life, and the other person will just continue to rehash old stuff and keep going. So beefs can go both ways. Either you'll butt heads and move on, and that will be the end of it, or you'll butt heads and things will hit the fan and your channels will go backwards and forwards and your community start fighting, and then in the end no one really wins because you just go around in circles with the whole beef thing. If it gets to things like swatting, doxing people, that's crossing a line that I don't really stand for. That kind of thing it's going in real life. If you're gonna have beefs on YouTube, you need to keep it at home. As soon as you start doing stuff off your YouTube where it involves your family, your places of work, and that kind of thing, that's the kind of beefing that I don't agree with. When you're doxing people's addresses, when you're swatting them, when you're maybe calling their workplaces, when you're writing emails to their wives or contacting their families, that for me crosses an invisible line that really you should know before you do it. Just saying. But like I said, YouTube beefs have come and gone. There's been YouTube beefs throughout history, throughout YouTube, and communities I've been in before have had YouTube beefs, and that's just how YouTube is. Whether you choose to go with the crowd or against the crowd when it comes to a beef will depend on if you're friends with both parties, whether you're friends with one party, whether you're friends with the other. It may necessarily be that you're friends with one side of them, but do you agree with what they're saying is also a difference. Good evening, Gordo. So like I was saying, when it comes to the YouTube beefs, even if you believe your side is right and they're talking, do you go with them? Do you go against them? Just because you're part of the community, does that mean that we're all in the same boat when it comes to your opinions and your views? Are we an echo chamber? Do we reiterate the same thing as one other person says and churn it out? Or do we have a community and we all have our own thought process? So when it comes to a beef on YouTube, it's not like a mass echo chamber of just going for this one person and we're all given the green light to go ahead. I personally target people that I dislike or I don't like their content. It's not following the crowd. It's doing, I suppose you could put it, my own thing. You know, if I don't like somebody on YouTube, then I'll make a video on them. Am I doing it because I've been told to or because our entire community doesn't like the person? Not necessarily. I do choose to do stuff off my own back. But like I said, YouTube beefs have come and gone. Some are still going, and I'm sure in 6 months to a year, these beefs will still be going round and round. Because it's kind of the same stuff. The same stuff at the minute in the beefs that I know of. It's just same regurgitated stuff over and over, and there's no new arguments. So because there are no new arguments, there's nothing new to argue on. So then you're just rehashing the old stuff, but you're not getting anywhere. You're just recycling an argument from last week, last month, last year. Everyone knows the story. You're retelling it. There's nothing new to add to it. So nothing's actually coming from it. If a beef doesn't have any new stuff, there's nothing to argue about. Because you can't argue stuff that's already happened, that's old, that's already been put out there, unless you've got something new to add to the situation, which a lot of beefs don't have. A lot of beefs are day-to-day beefs, and every time something happens, it's put out there by somebody, and it goes around the entire group. So if you want to carry on a beef with somebody, you've got to have something like new every day, and that's a lot to have. Where you've got to have a new beef with a person and new stuff to beef about with them every day to keep it on. Some people manage that. Some people can pick a fight on the smallest thing, and other people, it takes time to pick fights. It takes the effort to be put into work out something to pick a fight with. I mean, not everyone is doing something wrong every day to, necessarily deserve to have a beef put against them, and to have content on somebody every day and something new to pick a fight with if you're going to keep a beef up with a person is time consuming. It's listening to multiple streams, getting screenshots for people and all that kind of underhanded stuff, and spending a lot of time on a person you obviously don't like. um, I mean, personally, I would say your time could be better spent. Um, but beefs and trolling and stuff like that, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort. Beefs come and go. Like I said, one day you're angry with them, the next day you're friends with them, then you're re-beefing with them. And it's coming up with stuff every day to keep this argument going and to keep this beef going. Um, and I'm guessing each person in time actually gets tired with the own beef they've created. I can safely say that I'm assuming that people get tired of the beefs. Not only the two people that are beefing, but the people in the community is also get tired of it. Because it kind of dwanes on your community, it dwanes on the conversations. Um, hey, Lycan. Maurice Richter. We'll just call you Richter because I can't be taking ages to pronounce your name. Nothing's really up. I was just kind of bored. Just kind of bored. Felt like live streaming. And I was just talking about beefs on YouTube and how they come and go, and how this evening will go with JB and Eli and their new bromance that's happening before our eyes. And just generally talking about beefs, how they come around, how they can escalate, how they can go from a simple comment in a YouTube box to beefs on live streams to being swatted or doxxed, and how a beef can escalate from such a tiny little thing right up to, doxing people and swatting them. And do you have an OnlyFans? I do actually, yes. I do have an OnlyFans. Why are you so interested in my OnlyFans? Does that interest you? You can donate to my channel if you want to help. It's more beneficial to me than my OnlyFans. Actually, having a donation for doing YouTube helps because I want to be monetized. I'm trying to get my hours up. I'm like 1,000 hours away. I'm like so close to being monetized. I have the videos, I have everything else. I just need to live stream some more. He's your only fan. Thank you, Lycan. Because you're cute. Oh, thank you. If you want to donate to me, you can donate to my channel. If you think I'm cute, please feel free to donate to my channel because that would be awesome. I am kind of cute, am I? What's cute about me? Don't answer that rudely. Um, I'm also single, just in case you're wondering. What's a brief description of your content? Why? Brief description. Hi, Joe. I have no idea who these guys are. I was only talking about YouTube beefs. I don't think it's to everyone's interests, but obviously JB and Eli are going to be hashing things out tonight and kind of, you know, just wanted to chat for a bit. You know, they're not going live until 1 a.m. And in the UK, it is only 20 to 8, and I needed to fill up my time because I'm thinking I might pay for it. Ooh. Well, I haven't actually loaded anything on my OnlyFans. I've only actually had it up a couple of weeks. If you get boobies on OnlyFans, you'll get a lot of subs. Well, thank you. I haven't listed anything on my OnlyFans quite yet because I've only had it for a week or two and I've been so busy. But you can donate to my channel. That would help me. That does help my channel. But hang on, I need to I think back a bit. You know about that, would you like? And boobs on OnlyFans. Yeah, the more flesh you show, the more dough you get. But I thank you for saying I'm cute, though. It's not like I hear that every day. What we're being single now. Um, Obviously, I used to, but not anymore. Funny, Joe. Let me do it. Dance for you? Why would I dance for you? What do I get out of that? Dance for me, dance for me, dance for me. What? Oh. What do people use OnlyFans for if not for explicit content? It has that kind of stigma. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Like, an OnlyFans is basically an adult porn photo swap site. I don't dispute that. But in this day and age, you do anything to earn money. Sheer enjoyment. Well, thank you. Good evening, not so nerdy. Flash the flesh and she will get supporters. Thank you, Gordo. How much flesh do you need? My arms are out. Huh? My arms are out, and you can see my collarbone. That's about as much as you get. She will put. So you will put your nudes up there. Who knows what I will put up there if the money's good. People need to know what they're buying. I get that. Are you my manager of OnlyFans, like? Hey, Will. How are you this evening? I mean, I've only had my OnlyFans for 2 weeks. I haven't really had a chance to get on there as of yet and to work it all out because I have a life. I'm just saying that's just how it works there. I'm your pimp. I get my cat. You're my pimp, are you? That's what happens when you become single. You have to have a pimp now. He's a pimp. That's why you've got so many women liking, because you're pimping them all out. You have a very fit body, do I? Okay, if you say so. Well, thank you for that, Joe. Like I said, if you want to donate to me and tell me I'm fit and beautiful and wonderful, be my guest. I could do with the extra dough in my PayPal, mind you. Woman has needs. And I am in a lockdown, so I'm literally stuck in this house. I don't really have anything else to do apart from live stream, really. But I will put stuff on my OnlyFans. I do intend to make money. A single girl's gotta make that dough, basically. Do you have no other income? I do. I do have another income. I do work from home, so I do have another income aside from that. Do you take an IOU? Well, you are kind of sweet, so maybe. I do have other income, yeah, but there's nothing wrong with a little extra, is there? Nothing wrong with a little extra money. Let's be honest. Girl has needs and it costs dough. Anyone else doing anything exciting this evening? Obviously, I'm live streaming because I've run out of things to watch on Netflix. And because I'm in a national lockdown, I can't actually go out. And apparently, it's not safe for women to go out now in the UK due to the girl that was found murdered. So we're told not. You get paid next week. Well, I will still be here next week, Joe. If you need somewhere that your money needs to find a good resting place, I can surely show you one. I can surely show you a good resting place, and it's called right here. Your streaming router. What time are you streaming? Are you when are you streaming? I hadn't even looked to see if you were restreaming. To be fair, Lycan. Bad Raven. Should have known you were streaming. Maybe I could buy you a drink. Ooh, maybe you could buy me a crate. Maybe you could buy me a crate of drink. You could probably buy me a drink as well, Joe. That would be kind of sweet. You know me, easy going. 4 hours. Okay, fair enough, Lycan. I will try and stay up. Bring around a 6-pack. Oh, you're so sweet, Joe. You do eBay, Raven. I do. I do have I do have other incomes. I do sell on eBay, and I do make good money on that. To be fair. And obviously, I get donations on here. I have made a lot quite recently. I've actually made more than Eli. Obviously, he made £50 last night. And I did a more quieter stream last night. But I'm not selling my soul to people like that to get donations like some people. I have morals and ethics, and obviously Eli doesn't. He'd sell his soul to the devil for some money, as you saw last night, and probably this evening he's going to sell himself out for money. More than likely, he's going to shill like a motherfucker to JB and his gun squad, obviously. You know, I don't know what Eli's going to get out of this or what he wants to get out of it. Who knows? But I'm going to stay up and watch the shit show, obviously. I'm going to be there supporting Lycan, obviously. Not that he needs support. He's a big boy. But it is nice to know that your community is behind you when people like that are talking shit about you, obviously. So you have that. And the fact that you have a community is obviously a plus, like him. With the fact that Eli has like 2 people on his side. And Queen Hen and Casey seemed to be wavering last night. Won't be able to make your stream later. I'll be at work. You have such a cool job, Nerdy. I know you messaged me behind the scenes and told me about your job. It's a really cool job. You're lucky to have a job like that. It sounds really cool. Obviously, I won't dox what your job is on here, but it sounds really cool. And obviously, you can message me anytime, Nerdy, behind the scenes on Twitter, which is where I usually hang out, or you can message me on Instagram. They're the 2 places you'll be able to get hold of me. Everywhere else is private. Hey, Saydrift, good evening. Sucks, Will. Keep your eyes open in the charity shops for now. That's what I call music albums on vinyl. You want the numbers from 23 to 35 for decent money. Okay, Gordo. I actually have the Now collections on CDs from 2023 to a couple of years ago, and I have right the way through the years. But that's on CD though. I have that. I have the Now discs right the way through, right from like one of the first ones that came on discs, and I've got it right the way through the years up until virtually one of the recent ones. Now 35 mint condition is 3,500. Is it? Ooh, I have, like I said, the CDs of Now discs, and I have right from the beginning, right the way through to a couple of years ago. I have the entire collection, and I spent years getting it. So it's worth worth a pretty penny. God, I remember those Now series. Yeah, I have them all on CD. I have them all on disc. I have virtually the entire collection. The only ones I'm actually missing are like the last 3 years, and I've got the entire collection all on disc. That used to be one of the things I got for Christmas every year. Let me turn Discord off because it's getting my fucking nerves. That was one of the things I collected for years. Not sure what the CD values are. Well, I collected them because I used to buy them every year as a child. It used to be one of the things that I used to get bought. You got your new laptop going. Hopefully I can start streaming, going on panels once I get it figured out. Oh, congratulations, Saydrift. You'll definitely have to come on one of my panels once you sort yourself out. They're very sought after. The best place to look for stuff like that is at car boots because people don't know what they're worth. Thrifting, car booting. Car boots are a good one because people are trying to get rid of discs and DVDs, and some of them are really sought after, especially if you can get ones that are still sealed, premium editions when it comes to DVDs, things like vintage horror movies and that kind of stuff. They're all kind of sought after, and that's the kind of stuff I like to find when I go to car boots. Can you remember the hits compilation albums? I actually have some of them as well. I have some of them. I have some of the Now discs. What else do I have? I have some of the pop. What is it? Pop World ones as well. What CD collection are you talking about? The Now discs. I have the Now ones. I have the Pop World ones. I have the Dance Street ones. I think they were called. I think they were called Train Dance Train ones. Back in the day, the old electric music. I have an entire collection of them and boxes full of my discs. What's your favourite horror film? I got to sign up and figure StreamYards out. It's really easy, Sadra. Really easy. Any questions, you can obviously contact me on Twitter or Instagram if you need any help. Favourite horror movie? Well, to be fair, my favourite horror musical is Sweeney Todd, but my favourite horror movie is 13 Ghosts. But I also do like the Saw franchise. I do like more alternative movies, like the more weirder Japanese ones, like Battle Royale and that kind of stuff. But yeah, Saydrift, StreamYards is really easy to set up. You link it to your YouTube channel and then you basically just go live like that. I literally can go live now within like a minute. It's that simple to go live on StreamYards. They've made it so easy to access everything. I have the 1-up package from the free one. I don't have the free package, but I have the next one up. And then you have the full package, which gives you everything. But I have the one down from that. So I have the free one, and now I have the one up from it. You've got hits 1, 2, 3, and 4 coming on vinyl, which I just won on eBay. All good for you, Gordo. Have you seen the house that Jack built? No, I haven't. It was so odd with the LCDs because US versions were different than the UK. They were. We would be on Now 5 in the States, and you guys would already be on Now 12 in the UK. Yeah, we were always ahead of America. Always ahead of you. I think the Now discs is on like 100 and... Oh, what's the new Now on? I mean, like triple figures, 100 and I can't think what this year's one was. 100 110, 107, 108. I mean, I don't know how long they're going to keep it going for. But I do have a massive collection, and my oldest disc is, I think it's now 23 or now 24. I've got like one of the first ones that came out on CD. I think it was 23 or 24. And then I've got every disc after that, right up until I said, I think like I'm missing like the last 3 years. And that's about it. I have the rest. I have the Dance Train ones. I have the Pop World ones. I have the other ones that I can't remember what they were called that came out. I think they were Pop World. Bidding on 5, 6, and 7 hit albums. Oh, good for you. Yeah, I'll have to check out the different package on stream. I will probably just do the free one for now. The free package gives you 20 hours of live streaming for free. I used that in a week when I first started. But currently, my StreamYard package for this month is sponsored by Flaming Dragon. He bought my StreamYards for the month. And then Gemma Journey Grace has bought half of my StreamYard package for April to May. I am £8 short for that, and once I get the £8, I will be streaming from April the 15th till May the 15th, and then hopefully my YouTube channel will donate enough donations every month to keep me live streaming, because the 20 hours I get for free isn't really enough. Not that I'm complaining, obviously, but 20 hours when I did it the first week wouldn't have got me very far. It wouldn't have got me very far. I've actually used it in a week, and then I couldn't stream anymore, because an average stream for me is like 2-3 hours, and 20 hours was just being eaten up. And that, you know, I want to be able to stream. I want to be monetized, and to do that, I've got to have the hours. And 20 hours wasn't going to monetize me a week, so I had to find an alternative. And you lovely guys on my channel donated so that I could have my StreamYard for literally the next month, and then for the next conceding month as well. Watching 8, 9, and 10. Cool. I like the novelty of a physical disc, but you get the slightest scratch on the disc and your favorite song on the album is done. That is the problem with discs. They were easily scratchable. And now if you want to listen to music, you can just listen to Spotify or YouTube Music, or I'm guessing there's an Apple Music app. I don't have an iPhone. I've got some original UB40 on white label vinyl, which is worth some nice bucks. Pick them up dirt cheap. Yeah, if you want to look for vinyl, vintage discs, vintage horror, and DVDs that are worth money, the best places are car boots, yard sales, thrift stores. People sometimes don't know what they've got. Especially if you go to a yard sale. If you go to a yard sale, people are clearing out their stuff. Or if you go to a car boot, then they're clearing out maybe their parents' stuff or their relatives that died, or they just cleaned out their attic, and you never know what you find. So a good thing to do is go to a car boot. Vinyl would be cool to collect. My dad actually has a really good vinyl collection. I think last time he said he had about 5,000 vinyl records, and some of them were really collectible. He's actually got a signed one from an English composer, and he also has some really collectible ones on vinyl that he said would be worth a pretty penny. So all I have to do now is wait for him to die and have his collection, and then I'm just going to sell it all off and make some money, because I know it's worth a bit. I watched him for years collect all these rare labels and all these rare discs, all these rare vinyls, ones that were meant to be on a certain label and they were different coloured. He's got limited edition coloured vinyl when they came out, because obviously he's like ancient. What was your first single? My first single. I don't know. I think one of the first albums I bought was one of Madonna's back in the day. I know, such a teeny bopper. I think I bought one of Madonna's albums back in the day. Your first album was Black Pudding Buffer by the Goodies. That's going back. Yeah, I think it was one of Madonna's albums. I was born in the 80s. So it was probably one of hers that I probably listened to on the radio and got mummy or dad to buy it for me. I think it was probably Madonna. I did like her music back in the day, and to be fair, I quite like some of her new stuff. She's always been one of the people that I kind of listen to on occasion. And I've watched her world tours on YouTube, so she's one of the people I do like to watch live. Her shows are usually, I won't say they're offensive, but they're more kind of thought out to do, I could be wrong. Second was The Wall Part 2. One of the albums my dad said to listen to when I was little was Tubular Bells. What was it called? It's Tubular Bells. I can't remember. I can't remember. It was Tubular Bells. I think it was called Tubular Bells. Hang on. I have to think. Hang on. Tubular Bells. I think. What was it called? I can't remember. It was Tubular Bells. I can't remember. Hang on. Yeah, it was Tubular Bells, and it was Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd as well were two of the albums my dad said to listen to at one point. He was really into there you go, it was Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon. That was it. Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon and Tubular Bells were two of the albums my dad said I should listen to when I was younger. I'm just throwing your dad's lifelong collection on eBay after he passes. Yeah, basically. At the end of the day, I'm not really into collecting records, and they're just going to sit in my attic. So if he does pass away, I will just sell his collection. I know there's some really rare ones in there. He has an authentic signature. Everyone's had Dark Side of the Moon. Yeah, another brick in the wall, of course. Another album I liked was by The Who, and my favourite song by The Who was Pinball Wizard, which obviously originally was done, I think, Pinball Wizard. I haven't talked about music in so long because I try so hard to get to the dark side of the moon. Can't remember the first thing I bought. One of your favourite things I bought was Ghost Town. Ooh, we're living in a ghost town. Everything is being closed down. Yeah. We're living in a ghost town. It's a really cool song. It's kind of weird, but I think some of the rarer stuff my dad has is by Cheech and Chong. If you know who they are. He has some rare stuff by them, which is really weird stuff to be listening to back in the day, Cheech and Chong. And he has a huge vinyl collection. I'm talking like an entire room just dedicated to it. And he collects now, even to this day. He's still adding to it, I believe. You need to be stoned to fully appreciate Pink Floyd. Yeah, you have to be kind of. Ooh. I think it was The Who was the other band. Obviously, I have my own tastes in music. It's all about the 90s for me. Oh dear, the 90s. I think it was Pinball Wizard I used to listen to. Yeah, The Who Pinball Wizard. Yeah, that's what I thought. But The Who actually did a film as well that I've watched. You've got a signed Peter Gabriel, which I won't sell, and you've been offered £100 for it. Ooh. I can't remember who my dad's got a signature of, but he has a signature of an English composer, and it's authentic. Um, and he hasn't had it valued for a good while, and back then it was worth quite a lot. And I can't remember who it's of. But it was an English composer, and it was signed and everything. And he's also got a musical manuscript that's actually signed as well by an English composer. I can't remember his name. It'll come to me at some point. It's all about the 90s. 90s. So who's your favourite from the 90s, Sadra? Who's your favourite from the night? Pink Floyd live at Pompeii was an amazing video. Like I said, I've ever watched Pink Floyd. I don't think I've ever watched them like perform. I've usually heard their music on vinyl while my dad's kind of drinking while I was younger. It was always like music in the background. UB40, reggae, Pink Floyd, The Who. Cheech and Chong was another one he used to listen to quite a lot. We used to listen to the Beatles quite often. T-Rex, David Bowie. They were all quite listened to quite a lot when I was little. And then my mum would have an entirely different type of music. She would be into Mud, the Osmonds, Shawada Waddy. She'd be into all the like kind of boy bands of the 70s and that, like Shawada Waddy, Mud. Elvis Presley was another one she liked. I would get on with your dad. I'm sure you would do. Yeah, Shawada Waddy, Mud, Elvis Presley, the Osmonds, especially Donny, obviously, like most women. Presley, who else did she like? Cliff Richard. So if you take my dad's music and my mum's music, they are totally separate. That's probably why they're divorced, and he's remarried. It was the music. The first album I ever had was Hootie and the Blowfish. When I was 6 years old, still my favourite album to drink to. Hootie and the Blowfish. I don't think I've heard that. You've also got a signed gig ticket by Toya. Wilcox. Met her in person after I did some photo work for her. I had coffee backstage after the gig. Did you? Oh, how cool is that? Her first album I had was You to Rattle and Hum. And like I said, I think my first album was a Madonna one. It had to be. I don't remember which one. I don't remember which one. And I don't still have it. My music has changed since then. To be fair, I do have my disc collection, but most of the stuff I listen to now is on Spotify. I must admit, I don't really listen to my discs. I do have a disc player and my discs. But most of the stuff I listen to is on Spotify or YouTube. I don't tend to use them anymore. Hootie was big in the 90s in the States. All right. Can't say I've heard of anything by Hootie and the Blowfish, but maybe I'll check it out. I always like to listen to new music. The Joshua Tree first press on vinyl is worth a few quid. Ooh, see, there's always something to look out for when it comes to bands. Stuff holds its value, especially if it's on a if it's sealed, if it's a different color label, because sometimes you get different color vinyl discs, like special one-off ones, or the disc had a special decal on it or a special picture on it. Some of them came with booklets. So vinyl's highly collectible. It kind of was highly collectible, and then it went back out again, and it comes back in, and vinyl kind of comes and goes. I jump around music stream services for free trials. I use Spotify most of the time. It's generally the one I keep with because I basically just walk around with it on my phone. Decent album. Um, hmm. What else? See, most of the music I listen to now are kind of different. My band I like at the moment is called In the Moment or In This Moment. I think it is. Is it In This Moment? I'll just check. I think it's called In the Moment, and it's one of the bands I've been listening to more than anything. Also, I've been listening to CKY recently again because I love the band. I think it's In This Moment I've been listening to. Or is it? Yeah, In This Moment is the one I've been listening to at the minute. And that as well as more obscure music. But I do like music. I did study music for a lot of years. I get my message. I did study music for a lot of years in high school. I did the whole classics, and studied Vivaldi and Mozart and Beethoven. I did all that throughout high school. And then when I got to my teens, it was more pop music, and kind of emo, soft rock. And then as I got older, it became more rock, and then kind of hard rock, and then metal, and which is what kind of where I am at now. The only thing is the quality is not as good when you stream online. No, you don't get the. I suppose with vinyl, you get more a sense of an atmosphere. You're listening to some Turkish folk music. Well, that's different. Can't say I've ever listened to any Turkish music. If I'm honest. Let me just send off a text. I can't say I've ever listened to Turkish music. Yeah, Tchaikovsky and Rachmaninoff, Beethoven, Vivaldi, Verdi, Chopin. God, who else did I have to listen to? Bach. Um, yeah, I had to study all of that. By the end of it, it was kind of rotting my brain when I turned 16. Yeah, Tchaikovsky, Rachmaninoff, Chopin, Bach, Beethoven, Vivaldi, Verdi. I had to learn all of them. I had to know when they did music, the overtures, and it was just amazingly so much I had to learn in 12 years. The files online streaming services are compressed here, hence why the effect is different. Yeah, you don't really get a sense of music and all that. It is kind of, it is kind of, it is kind of, you know, I have been to concerts before. I've only been to one concert and saw a band live, as I've mentioned before. I saw CKY live when they came and toured the UK with band Margera. He came with them. He wasn't there on the night I went to the UEA and saw them live. But he was in Norwich at the time. He didn't come to that show, but he was around. And I saw CKY live, and that was kind of cool because at the time I'd been watching Jackass, I'd been watching Bam Margera on TV, and loving the music because the music that features in Jackass and all that were obviously using CKY's music, and then they appeared in the UK on tour. And because it was being used in Jackass and with Bam and all that, Bam came over as well, and he was touring with them, which is so cool. And I got to see CKY live, and I also got to see Fireball Ministry of Sound. They were the supporting act. And both of them, it was a rivetingly good night. That was when I was, I don't know, 19, 20, 21, something like that. Also, the only way to listen to Violet is through decent turntables and a decent amp. I spent nearly 2K on my music setup. Jesus, Gordo. Let me just turn my heating down before I melt into the abyss. Wow, that is dedication to quality music, Gordo. Bring myself into the frame. I'm just going to sit down and relax. Be like chilling out with my friends. I'm just going to sit like this because it's easier on my back. Your dedication to music is no doubt really good, Gordo. Especially to spend 2K on a setup. You must like listening to music to spend that amount of money. I mean, you do get some really cheap, nasty deck. Like if you go into Argos, you can get these little turntables that are like £50. Little Diddy give it to you at Christmas kind of decks. And I do like vinyl, mind you. Vinyl does have a certain a certain sound to it, listening to vinyl. I always liked to pick through my dad's music and pick the songs we would listen to, and he had a very varied collection. It wasn't all just reggae and that kind of thing. He did have pop music, he did have classical, he had an entire collection of loads. But like I said, if he ever does pass away, it would make for a great YouTube video, and it would make great for selling, mind you. I would probably have to go to auction houses to sell my dad's collection. My record deck was £800, and the amp was 800. Then there's speakers and the active subwoofer. Yeah, Nat King Cole is brilliant on vinyl. I don't think I've ever heard Nat King Cole on vinyl. I've heard quite a lot on vinyl. Like I said, he's got a big collection. But it was when I was younger. We used to sit there. He'd be drinking, and he'd tell me about this music and say that this is what you call real music. He'd have The Who on there. He'd have Pink Floyd. He'd have a array of different music. And he'd tell me that this was the best way to hear music with vinyl. Obviously, before discs and all that came out. At one point, I think he even had some like 8-tracks, I think they're called, because you get 90s and is it 90s and 45s, and then I think he had some right old ones. Are they called like A-tracks or something? He had some right old stuff at one point. Because the 90s were the big discs, and then 45s were the little ones, and then I think he had something called A-tracks or something. I can't think what they're called. You have Technique 12 decks with an aura phone, autophone stylus. I hope I'm saying that right. And the amp is an OKO 72. Bang and Olufsen are good, isn't it? I have no idea about vinyl. I can't. My dad had a really old turntable that I believe he got from his granddad. So it was a fairly old turntable. I don't know what he has now, but back in the day, he used to have this really old turntable. It looked like it came from an antique shop. It looked ancient, but the music sounded crisp from it. But whether he still has that one now, I don't know, or whether he's got one of these new fancy up to date decks, I don't know. What? But back in the day, it used to be a weekend thing. We'd sit there. He'd have a couple of drinks. He'd have a couple of mates over. They'd sit and listen to the music. Me and my sisters would pop in and out and listen to a couple of songs with them, and then disappear off and do childlike things. But we would hang out and listen to the music. And some of the music did rub off on me when he was listening to things like T Rex. That rubbed off on me no end. I became obsessed with Mark Bowling at one point. A shame he's dead, obviously. But his music called to me, just called to me. The subtle tones, the bass lines, and all that. It just called to me, and I've been obsessed ever since. Um, David Bowie was another one. His whole Ziggy persona really interested me as a child. The whole character he would put on, and then obviously his music changed. Instead of becoming Ziggy Stardust, he turned into David Bowie and came into his own. And T Rex, was originally Tyrannosaurus Rex, and they were kind of a folk hippie band, if you want to call it that. And then they turned into T Rex and became more of a meteor kind of rock band. And then they turned into a punk band. And then obviously he died in a car crash in 1977, the same year that Elvis Presley died. And Mark obviously died a couple of weeks before Elvis did. And basically, he was overshadowed by obviously Elvis Presley dying, and the king of pop died, and he was kind of overshadowed. He always made a joke, apparently, in like the life of the life of Mark Bolan that I've seen, where he said that he died first, and went silently so that Elvis Presley could have the limelight. Okay, man, have a friend that has a lot of their stuff, and he's always going on about it. Glam rock T Rex, were they not? Yeah, they were kind of glam rock. They did do the whole glam rock phase, and then obviously people like Gary Glitter came out that carried on the glam rock phase, and T Rex turned more from glam rock and turned into punk. In the later days, T Rex actually turned into a punk band, and he was actually one of the first people to do punk, apparently, back in the day. Talk to any DJ, they will all say get a Technique step. Fair enough. But yeah, they were a glam rock band. They were Tyrannosaurus Rex was originally a folk kind of hippie band. Then they turned into T Rex because it looked smaller on the poster, so they wanted to shrink the name, and it turned into a glam rock band. And then as they came to the last year or so, or 18 months of their career, they turned into a punk band. And it was the first glam punk band or something it was called. I've actually got David Bowie's it's kind of like David Bowie's life story from when they first got together as the hippie band Tyrannosaurus Rex to when he died. It's like his entire life story, and it plays you all the songs. It tells you the story behind his life. It has interviews with DJs, producers, and everything. It's a really good DVD that I've got. Depends where you're playing it. That is true. Aesthetics the environment you play your discs in can affect the music, especially the acoustics, when you're using decks or vinyl. Good evening, Pegasus. So if you're using decks or vinyl or CDs, where you live can and have effect on the music, what room you play it in, whether it echoes, whether you have soundproofing in your room can also affect the music. Too many windows in your room can affect your music as well. There's a lot of things that can affect music and how it sounds. Whether you're drunk or stoned can also make music sound different. As Joe was saying earlier, some of the old school music, like Pink Floyd, it actually sounds better when you're stoned, and you get more into the feel of it. Kind of like being at a festival, you're kind of living in the moment and you kind of get into it. What kind of music are you into, Pegasus? Do you have any particular music tastes? Are you a 70s, 80s, 90s? Are you a millennial? What kind of music do you like? Talking of Gigi, when he got put away, I was working for the prison service where he got jailed. All the prisoners were shouting, "Do you want to be in my cell, my cell, my cell?" How cool was that? Out of their store windows, "Do you want to be in my cell? Oh yeah." Can you imagine him in like a glitter, prison outfit? 70s rock. Oh, so you're a T-Rex fan as well? T-Rex, Gary Glitter, that kind of thing. Um, any particular bands you like? The Who, Pink Floyd. I'm only 36, so go easy on how far you go back. Gigi was a beast. Gary Glitter was something else. I mean, come on, come on, come on. It was a different time back then for music. It was a different time. AC/DC and Ozzy. So you like that kind of music. So you're into the really rock. So you're into like Ace of Spades, yeah? That kind of rocky beat. And Ozzy's Black Sabbath. I don't know what my favourite song by Black Sabbath would be. He was in isolation for his own safety. They would have battered him. I bet they would have. No one's sharing a cell with a paedophile, are they? And getting away with it. Yeah. AC/DC, Ace of Spades was probably my favourite. And Ozzy's. I didn't really listen to a lot of Black Sabbath. Remember a doc about depraved he was. Oh, a documentary about how depraved he was. Oh, poor man. My heart doesn't go out for people like that. His music was good back in the day. And I try not to associate the music with the person. I try to separate it because the music was kind of cool. But obviously, the shit that came after obviously then taints the guy's music. Kind of like the Ralph Harris situation. Yeah, tastes in music come and go. Music has gone through so many different changes throughout the years. And now most music is all electronic and synthesized, and everything's auto-tuned. No one really sings for real anymore. Everything's auto-tuned and all kind of electronic, synthesized. You might get the occasional song that's kind of cool, but it's all kind of the same. Back in the day, people would rock out and sing their hearts out, go on all this kind of auto-tune crap, and people would sing live at shows instead of having it all, voiced over. But gone are the days of the great festivals, things like Woodstock. Oh, if you remember Woodstock back in the days, I never went to Woodstock because obviously I'm too young. But looking at old videos of Woodstock, it looked like it was a hoot. And obviously you have Glastonbury nowadays. Not so much. I have to go back to work. Take care. Well, thank you, Pegasus, for popping in. You're more than welcome. Obviously you had things like Woodstock back in the day, and then you now have Glastonbury. You have the Reading and Leeds Festival. You have Tea in the Park. Um, what else do you have? So there are festivals still going on. You have what's it called? The golf one, Mirror Luna. Is it called Mirror Luna? Mirror Luna. Mirror Luna. Mirror Luna. I think it's in Germany. Which is like the golf capital of hanging out during a festival. I think it's Mirror Luna. You know, when you have like a small brain and you can't fit everything in. That's what it's called. You know, Glastonbury's kind of for like the modern day music, you know, new bands. Um, but the one I've always wanted to go to, I think it was called Mirror Luna. Yeah, Mirror Luna Festival, which is held in Germany. Has rock bands, metal bands, alternative bands, but it's held in Germany, which is always a problem because obviously it means going to Germany. All I will say is my music collection is very eclectic. Well, there's nothing wrong with having lots of different musical interests. I mean, to be fair, mine kind of goes through phases and genres as well. I don't just listen to rock and metal. I do kind of listen to all types of music on occasion. I do tend to stay to, you know, glam rock, metal, and that kind of thing. But I have listened to pop stuff, you know, Britney and all that back in the days. People would be playing it constantly on the radio, or people would be playing it constantly, you know, in the staff rooms at school, or it would pop up on the telly. I used to watch Top of the Pops back in the day, which was also kind of cool. If you were a Top of the Pops fan, you're more of a ska and reggae, so you're more into Bob Marley, I'm guessing, or what's the other one? Bob Marley, or who is it? Hang on, Bob Marley. There was another one that my dad used to listen to. Hang on, I'll get it in a sec. I'm not really into ska, but he used to listen to Bob Marley. Who was the other one? I can't think who it is. There was another one. He used to listen to it all the time. And I can't think who it was, but they were like UB40, Eddie Grant. That was it. UB40, Bob Marley, Eddie Grant. He used to listen to some really like weird kind of reggae ones. You still get reggae stuff coming out nowadays, but yeah, Eddie Grant, Bob Marley, UB40 was another one he used to listen to quite a lot. The old grey whistle taste was the old grey whistle test was better. Mine is too eclectic too, man. What I think is good to have an eclectic taste. I mean, all the kind of modern pop that you get nowadays, it's just not real music, is it? Let's be honest. Selective madness, bad manners. Oh, specials. Yeah, that kind of scooby doo ba 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 doo ba doo ba doo ba ba. You know, that's more jazz, but you get my point. Yeah, we're living in a ghost town. Dee, 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 dee. So I guess you like Madness. The actual band Madness, two-tone label. Damn. Do you listen to Madness as well? They call it Madness. You know, our house in the middle of the street, our house. I can imagine you with a little hat on, Gordo. Imagine you with your little hat on, dancing in the middle of the street, Gordo, for me. Dance, monkey, dance. Um, but like I said, I'm personally, I give any music a listen to. I'm not adverse to giving anything, a listen to. Eddie Grant, I don't want to dance was stuck in my head for ages. All right. I can't think of the one that my dad used to play from him, but he used to play it over and over. I can't remember what it was called. Hang on. Let me see if I can find it. Eddie Grant songs. It was a song he used to play over and over. Electric Avenue. That was it. Electric Avenue. We're gonna jump onto Electric Avenue. And I could take you higher. He used to play that all the time. And he used to have it on a loop. And at one point, I used to say, Dad, is this song really this long? But he'd be too drunk to notice that it was playing over and over. Um, See them loads went to Mad Stop. Oh, cool. I don't mind a bit of Max Priest. So you do have a very eclectic taste, Gordon. You do have an eclectic taste then, which isn't bad. I mean, if you listen to the modern day stuff that we have, oh, Maxi Priest, oh, cool. Um, what was I going to say? I've forgotten what I was going to say now. Can't think of it now. But yeah, I used to listen to Prince a lot as well. Terence Trent D'Arby, sign your name across my heart. I want you to be my baby. Do you remember that? Do you remember that one? Sign your name across my heart. That used to be a song I used to listen to as well quite a lot. I can't think who sung it though. Um, oh, Sonada. Prince was a good one as well. I used to listen to Sonada. Unfortunately, you have got someone who relies on you. We started out as friends. That kind of song. But the thought of you just caves me in. See? That was one of my favourite songs back then. And obviously Prince, Purple Rain, Purple Rain. Not my favourite song by Prince though. He's not called that anymore. He changed it now from yeah, Sonada. Oh, yeah, Sonada. I knew him as Terence D'Arby. Back in the day, because Sign Your Name was my favourite song by him. That was another one my dad had on vinyl as well that he used to play. Prince. Favorite song by Prince. I did like Purple Rain. But it wasn't my favorite of Prince. It wasn't my favorite song of his. Trying to think. He did have a lot of good. I didn't like all of it, mind you. When he started doing his whole weird thing of changing his name to a symbol, and he got a little bit, a little bit crazy. I think my favourite song was probably Little Red Corvette. I mean, that was a good song. That was probably my favourite one, Little Red Corvette. I have Terence D'Arby's Hardline album on vinyl. Yeah, I did like Terence. You got Purple Rain. Most Beautiful Girl in the World by Prince is a good one. Could you be The most beautiful girl in the world. That was probably another one I liked. Either that or Little Red Corvette was probably the two. But Terence Darby, definitely Sign Your Name. It was one of my favourite songs. And as I said, my dad would sometimes, unfortunately, play the songs over and over because he was drunk or, he just kind of kept putting the same disc on, um, which was kind of funny. Or he'd turn the albums over every night. He'd do one side of vinyl, then he'd turn it back over and over, and we'd end up on the same album for like days at a time. Depends how drunk he was. But yeah, Prince was a good one. Terence Darby was another good one. So I do have an eclectic taste when it comes to music. Mainly because my dad used to listen to a lot of stuff, but then my mum's side was things like Elvis Presley, Shawaddy Waddy, Mud, who I absolutely love. My favorite song of theirs um, was their Christmas number one, was Lonely This Christmas. Um, was one of my favorite. Shawaddy Waddy, I didn't really get into. And my mum liked Elvis. I mean, who's not heard Elvis music? You have to have lived under a rock or somewhere. Even if you don't know Elvis, you've heard of Elvis, like rehashes, covers, and everything. The cover is quite unusual as it's not spoken like a normal cover on that album. So you do have some really sought after pieces of merchandise there, Gordo. Nice to see. Nice to see some old music is still out there and that people are collecting and preserving, obviously, these albums and limited editions and stuff. Because vinyl is it's not a thing of bygone days. I mean, new shit comes out all the time and you can get new stuff on vinyl. Vinyl is still a big thing. I've seen Shawaddy Waddy a few times. Yeah, my mum was into Shawaddy Waddy, Elvis, Mud, the Osmonds. She liked Donny especially. Where else did she used to listen to? Brotherhood of Man. Um, what was the other one? Bucks Fizz she used to be into. Good evening, Gemma. She's like Bucks Fizz. You want to speed it up, and then you gotta slow it down. That kind of thing. One thing I missed with the lockdown is car boot sales. Exactly, Gordo. I don't know about you, but the car boots around my area are reopening from the 14th of April. I've got two car boots that are near me. One's opening on the 14th, which I believe is a Wednesday, and then the other one is opening on the 18th, which is a Saturday. And it's going to be near where Saturday, Sunday, whatever day of the week it is. But car boots are opening near me on the 14th and the 18th. So I don't know about you, Gordo, but we've got a couple of car boots that are coming up in a couple of weeks, and I cannot wait. I've missed car boots, I've missed thrifting, I've missed yard sales, I've missed the whole thing of thrifting. It's basically what I make a living out of. Um, Buying cheap, selling high. That's how it goes. We have a massive one, which is about 35 minutes drive. Oh, that's cool. Um, we have a big one in Norwich called Arming Hall, and it's like the size of two massive football pitches, like proper Norwich stadium size football pitches. It's absolutely huge. It's like miles of literally, I can't remember how many acres it is, but it is absolutely horrendously sized, and your legs get tired. There's like, I think they can fit of like an average 400 car booters on these massive two fields. The other one I go to is relatively small. They tend to have maybe 30 car booters. On a good day, it is a more smaller one because it is a smaller field. But I still love car boot and I can't wait to go. A bit of Elvis Costello. Don't think I ever listened to anything by that. But my mum also did like George. What was it? She used to like listening to Paul McCartney. She used to like to listen to George Harrison. She used to like to listen to a lot of things. Totally different from my dad. They were like two separate things. Cliff Richard was another one. But then my dad used to like to listen to Elton John, and David Bowie, and my mum was listening to two different sides of a coin, if you want to call it, when it came to music. You can share what music you like, Gemma. Are you more modern? Are you more old school? What are you into? Um, sounds the same as One by Us. Yeah, it's fairly big. You've heard of Ellis Costello stuff without knowing his name. Have I? Oliver's Army. I don't. Elvis Costello. See, I don't know. Let me have a look. I'll probably Elvis Elvis Costello. What did he sing? Um. Oh, I see. Elvis Costello. Good evening, Coach J. Ron. We're talking about music. Elvis Costello, Oliver's Army. I don't think I was ever into Elvis Costello. It wasn't really one that jumped out. Watch the Detectives. Oh, the movie. Watch the Detective movie. Yeah, I'm guessing that features quite heavily in it. Who else did I used to listen to? Hang on. I used to listen to Buddy Holly quite a lot. Yeah, watching. Oh. Used to listen to Buddy Holly quite a lot. My favourite song by Buddy Holly was Peggy Sue. Peggy Sue, oh my darling Peggy Sue, oh Peggy Sue, that kind of thing. I also like when Buddy Holly does his old kind of swaying hips things, kind of the same as Elvis. It was kind of the same kind of technique. But like I said, I've studied music when I was in high school. I did like, I don't know, 10 years of music studying. I'll stick some links in Riley's music section in Discord. Oh, okay. Thank you, Gordo. Yeah. Anything you think I should be listening to, if you stick it in Riley's Discord, I can listen to it. But yeah, American classic rock. You know, like I said, music's changed. Music's changed for me. You know, listening to Madonna when I was little, going through the phases of rock and punk and metal, and nowadays it's more kind of punk rock and grunge that I listen to. And then obviously you get the occasional pop song here and sort of there thrown in, you know, token listening, easy music kind of thing. Um, but thank you for all your ideas, Gordo. Much appreciated. Like I said, I hadn't really planned to do anything particular streaming tonight. I hadn't really thought of what to do or what to say. I just sat here on a Friday night and looked at the clock, and it was like 7 in the evening. Jamie's not going live, or wasn't going live until like midnight, I think it was. JB and Eli aren't going toe to toe until like 1 a.m. So I was like bored, and I was like, what can I do for the next 4 hours, kind of thing. And I thought, well, why don't I live stream for a couple? I didn't really have anything else to occupy my Friday night, if I'm honest. What else can you do during lockdown, Gordo? You know, you're kind of stuck in the house. I've been stuck in all day. I gave myself the day off today from working because I had to do some food shopping and some other bits. I've been a bit busy with my YouTube channel, preparing videos for next week. So I've been a bit busy today. So I've just been playing music in the background. I spent most of my day listening to musicals, if I'm honest. While I was working, I had musicals in the background. I spent my day listening to Repo, the Genetic Opera. And then after I'd listened to that playlist, I then listened to the Rocky Horror Picture Show playlist. Then when I finished that one, I started listening to Grease 2's musical Entendre. Is Riley keeping the Discord? I have no idea. I have no idea, Anna. I'm hoping he keeps the Discord because I have some really good friends in there. And obviously, I love Riley to death, but I haven't heard any more than anybody else has. I just know that he was sick of all the drama, I believe. He kind of wanted out, and that's all I've really heard. I haven't heard anything else from Riley. But we love Riley dearly. Absolutely love Riley dearly. There's 2 links to Elba Costello stuff in the Discord. Well, thank you there, Gordo. Good evening, Anna. How is my hard-working little bear getting on? How she had a good day? Like I said, I haven't done a lot. I've been food shopping. I've made some videos for next week. And then I kind of got bored and wanted to live stream. It's 9 o'clock here. Jamie's not live till later. JB and Eli aren't live till like 1. Unless Eli's going live anytime soon and doing a walking with purpose, which I don't think he said he was doing this evening. I think he was just doing the prevo to him and JB, which I still don't get what they're trying to do. I don't get this whole Eli and JB thing. I don't know what the end result is. I don't know what they're trying to achieve. Who knows? Could be anything at this point. But thank you, Eli, for the dislikes. I know you disliked my video because you the fact we were talking about music, you must be highly offended. I've literally spoke about music for the last hour and a half, and you've decided that you wanted to dislike it, Eli. Well, that's very manly of you. You know, you must be so proud of yourself, Eli. Oh, 5 dislikes. Oh, did you get American Dream to dislike me as well? Did you? Is that how low we're stooping in the world of Eli now? We're just disliking my stuff because I'm talking, even if it's not about him. Well, fair enough. I don't care, Eli. I wasn't talking about you. We were actually talking about music, and the same as Jamie the other night was talking about movies. We don't just sit here and talk about you. But if you're so fixated on my content and you have to dislike it, then so be it. Me and Gordo have spent all night talking about music and albums and people we've seen live. So if you want to dislike it, I don't see what you're getting from it. You saw Blondie at Glastonbury a few years back. Very, very disappointed. She was awful. I never liked Blondie. Never liked Blondie. Her music was all right, but it wasn't really my thing. I can't think of my favorite song by Blondie. Would have probably been Heart of Glass. Is it Heart of Glass? Glass Heart or something like that. She sang. That would probably be my favorite Blondie song. I think it was called Heart of Glass or Glass Heart, something like that. That was probably my favorite by her, but I didn't really listen to her. It wasn't my kind of music. In all fairness. Like I said, everyone's different, and back in the day, like I said, music was better. I mean, I hate to say it, but music was better than it is today. I would say music's changed a lot. You know, auto tune and synthesizers and all this fancy electronical stuff you can do with music now. You don't even have to be able to sing to have music nowadays. You just use auto tune and put some synthesizers on it, and bam, you've got a single. There's no real rush for the Christmas #1. You know, all those years that X Factor came along and all that, and they were getting the top bill for #1. It kind of stopped real music being put out there because they were all having these manufactured bands and manufactured people instead of just having people that made it to the top because they had natural talent. It used to be a real fight to get Christmas number one. Nowadays, you can literally buy the Christmas number if you've got the money, you can just buy yourself the Christmas number one. Um, and today it's more like a publicity and popularity contest. Not that the music's any good or the song's any good. It's all popularity nowadays. You have to be with the in crowd to get to number one. Back in the days, it used to be because the music was good and people used to listen to it. And nowadays, it's just all manufactured and it's all fake, which has spoiled music, really. It's spoiled it. In my personal opinion, it's spoiled the music industry. Now everything's electronic and it's all auto-tuned and it's all a bit all kind of repetitive. All music nowadays kind of sounds the same. There's no one that really stands out as such from the rest. They all kind of follow the pack now. Um, but you still have the things like music awards and all that. Obviously, you don't have MTV anymore, which I think is now gone. You don't get TV that produces music. Obviously, Top of the Pops. I don't even know if Top of the Pops still goes. I think that's finished. The only reason I went is because I had free tickets. See, that's always a good reason to go to a show is having freebies. I lived locally to the site at the time, and all the locals in the village got free tickets. Well, that's kind of cool. Yeah, the best concert you can get is a free one. Um, Obviously, you can't always get into free concerts. I mean, nowadays you sell a kidney to just get a ticket to somebody. Concerts nowadays are not cheap. It gets more and more expensive to see someone live. Back in the day, you could literally, go see a band for a tenner, and nowadays you're having to give, like a month, like a great big chunk of your paycheck just to go see a band live. It's expensive, and nowadays you have ticket touts and people that try and con you with fake tickets and that, which you didn't really get back in the day. You turn up at Glastonbury, you get a ticket on the day. There was none of this pre-booking. You would just show up, and now you've got a pre-book, and people will try and fob you off for fake tickets. And now tickets have got holograms on, and it's become such a market to sell fake tickets. I mean, it's always been a market, but nowadays it's so easy for people to try and con you. The festival is not actually in Glastonbury; it's in Hilton. All right, yes, in a tiny little offset, isn't it? But it's called Glastonbury because no one would go to it if it was called the Pilton Festival, would they? Doesn't have a ring to it. Doesn't have a ring to it like the Glastonbury Festival does it. Um, and who doesn't like going to a festival, getting muddy, sleeping rough, being drugged or stoned half the time? Glastonbury is like a once in a lifetime opportunity. They do say to go to Glastonbury once, in your lifetime. Um, Everyone should experience Glastonbury. Basically, with Pilton, it's a case of blink and you'll miss it. Yeah, it's a very tiny, tiny place, and no one's going to the Pilton Festival. But if you mention Glastonbury Festival, people are going there. A lot of festivals have the names. For me, it's Mira Luna. Like I said, it's in Germany, and it's a great big rock, metal, alternative music festival. And I love to go to Mira Luna. Mira Luna is basically the goth emo capital of festivals. You have all the clothes selling there. You have all the alternative bands. You get to meet alternative YouTubers there, influencers, and all that. And it's a great big goth weekender, basically. And they sell all the tiaras, all the clothes, boots, alcohol. It's a really cool festival. And shame it's in Germany, as I've said before. Glastonbury is only small though. Yeah, Glastonbury isn't. I mean, Glastonbury used to be a really sought after festival. I don't know if it is now, whether people still put so much into going to Glastonbury. You then obviously have the Reading and Leeds Festival. Um, you have Tea in the Park. You have the big weekender that BBC Radio 1 does each year, and they move it around the country. You've got Party in the Park, is it called, as well? Another festival. There's little festivals, obviously, that are, yes, less sought after. And like I said, the one for me is Mira Luna. But that's a pipe dream to go to Germany and experience it because I've seen it on influencers and YouTube's videos, and I would die to go to it. It looks so great, and all the music, and all the clothes, and the culture, and oh, it just looks so good. But you can't have everything, you know. But I do. I've never done a festival. Like I said, I've done concerts, but I've never done an actual festival. Which you're always told to do at least one festival in your life. And Glastonbury is apparently one of the good ones to go to, but it's not really for me. I'd still love to go to Mira Luna more than anything, but that would mean going to Germany, which isn't a bad thing. Um, it's just a lot of effort to go to a festival in a different country, um, but that's just me. It's my kind of festival. Um, I don't know what else to say. Um, it's very quiet this evening. Is it me or is Friday very quiet? Doesn't seem a lot of people around unless somebody else is currently live. I don't know. Is anybody else live this evening? Um, there could just be a lot of people on YouTube today. What's the worst concert you've been to or will never admit to going to? I've only been to CKY. It's the only concert I've ever been to. I've only been to one. Um, I never really did concerts because I had children. So I couldn't just, at the drop of a hat, just go to a concert. Um, like I said, I've only ever been to one concert before. I've never been to a festival, and as I had kids, I was never really able to go to. Um, wow, as you can see, Eli is acting very adult on YouTube. Um, such a child. What's the worst one you've ever been to, Gordo? Or the best one you've ever been to? Like I said, I've never really been to concerts before. I've only done CKY once. I wanted to see him in concert, but unfortunately, they've disbanded, so I can't see them now. Worst concert? You went to see Ross? Oh dear God, no, Gordo. Oh no, 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 no! Don't admit to going to that. That's no. Oh Jesus, you must have really loved the girl you went with, Gordo. Because damn, no, just no. So what's the best concert you've ever been to? Yeah, you had to really have loved her to go to that concert. Um, hmm, no, I can't think of anything worse to go and watch. I'm sure there are worse concert outfits, but that one probably tops the bill. Um, was my late wife that dragged me along. I'd love to see Madonna in concert. Mad Stop Madness was your best one. I doesn't surprise me. I'd love to see Madonna live. She's still going. That would be one of the concerts I'd love to see. Would be to go see Madonna. Or like I said, I wanted to see him live, but obviously him have disbanded. So it's going to be hard to see that. So I suppose the only person I'd love to see is Madonna, and I don't know how many more tours she's going to be doing. I mean, let's be honest, she's getting old, but she's still rocking it though. Every year she's still bringing out new stuff, and she's still rocking the stage. But you know, when you're getting to her age, I don't know how long you can keep gyrating and running about on stage, kind of thing. You know what I mean? When do you become too old for that? You know, walking around in a corset on stage, parading around like a matador. I mean, when you become too old for that, as long as you can still do it, you know, by all means, get up on the stage and gyrate. Bad Manners was decent, not really a concert, more of a small gig, like a kind of shindig hangout. But yeah, music, you know, I don't know if concerts are what they used to be. I mean, mine was at the concert I went to see was at the UEA in Norwich. So it was a tiny little room, minuscule little bar. Best one I went to was another Brick in the Wall concert in London when I was stationed in the UK in the late 80s. Yeah, I'm old. Oh, you went to see Pink Floyd, Resla? Awesome. That must have been brilliant. That must have been such a gig. Um, Lucky for you, Resla. Nowadays, people would have given their right arm to see Pink Floyd live. It's such an atmosphere and such great music. You are so lucky to have seen that, and been a part of it, been a part of musical history when it comes to people like that. Um, like I said, I've only seen one band live, and that was CKY, which is a shame because you know there are loads of good bands out there, and I've never really had the opportunity because I had 3 kids. You couldn't just drop drop your kids off and just go off for a weekend at a festival, or palm them off for a night to go to a concert. It wasn't as easy as that with 3 of them. If I wanted to go to a concert, it had to all be planned and structured. And so I went once, and that was when I got my mum to babysit, I think, one time, and I went to see them. And that was at the UEA in Norwich. And that was a great time I had. Um, did not realize at the time, but yes, I now feel lucky. Yeah, I mean, getting to see Pink Floyd live or The Who, bands like that, you know, some people have killed to see them live. You know, they were great music of the day, and nowadays, with all this electronic, poppy stuff like that are classics, get sort of kicked by the wayside. And it's people like you that went to see it that keep reliving the dream, as they call it. Um, yeah, that kind of thing. But who knows what music will be in the next 5 or 10 years, what music will turn into, Music goes through a phase through the years, you know, they all kind of change, 70s was kind of glam rock, 80s was kind of weird, kind of I didn't really like the 80s. We'll skip past that. And then the 90s were kind of poppy, and then 2000s were kind of more like electronic music, and then R&B really came into its own in sort of the 2000s, and having things like Eminem and all that popping up on the shop and all that kind of changed music, if you want to call it that. And nowadays it's all manufactured by these talent shows that claim they can make a great singer out of you, and make you popular and wonderful, and it's all kind of fake. I prefer the more generic, make a star who's a star. People like Prince, T-Rex, David Bowie. They all made their personas. They weren't just given it to it on a plate and said, "I can make you a star once you've been on a TV show and you know throw you into fame like that." These guys worked for their fame. Things like the Who, things like Pink Floyd. People don't believe me, but they had a laser show, not as advanced as they, but they had a huge pink pig flying over the crowd. Yeah, not sure how they pulled that off with Yates Tech, but it was awesome. Yeah, I think I remember the show. It was they had all these lasers and the pig going around on like I suppose you want to call it like a conveyor belt above the audience. Yeah, it's one of those concerts that you lived and you'll never forget, Res. Like it's memories like that that stay for a lifetime. Like I said, when I went to see CKY, it was wonderful because I'd been watching Jackass, I'd been watching the music in BAM on the telly, and then I got to see the band live, and I also got to see Fireball Ministry of Sound, which I don't know if they're a band still, and I think CKY is still together last time I heard. But I got to see two bands. Obviously, Fireball Ministry of Sound opened for CKY. Um, so that was the band I saw live, and that's the only one I've seen. I can't really judge concerts per se of how good they are because I've only been one, mind you. Um, but that's it's just how it is. Um, but yeah, artists have come and gone, and what are we left with? People like Rihanna or Taylor Swift, and those kind of people leading the industry, or Lady Gaga, for another one that's kind of a Madonna wannabe. Now you got things like Billie Eilish in the women's sector, you know, Cardi B and all that kind of stuff. The men's I don't really take much notice of. I mean, there's nothing really nowadays that I really listen to per se. I do like dance music, so things like Avicii, Swedish House Mafia was stuff I used to listen to, but that was because back in the day, obviously going clubbing, that kind of music was played. Um, Nowadays, like I said, it's all kind of electronic, fake kind of. There are real music out there still. There are some gems here and there hidden behind all the fake auto tune and manufactured bands and artists. There are some cool bands still out there. Daft Punk has just retired from the music industry after like a ridiculous amount of years. Um, Swedish House Mafia are gone. I think Avicii is gone. There's some good music over the years that stuck, and they're slowly. I mean, you have to think. I was, young when things like Daft Punk and that were out. So they've been going for many, many years. And as it's with everything, everything changes. Music has to evolve. And what it's evolving into now we're in 2020, 2020, 2021, and all these years. I don't know how music will progress. Will it get better or worse? Um, who knows? Do I like what? I don't know if you read that wrong. When I saw Madness, they had the sax player swinging out into the crowd on bungee wires. Wow. Okay. Now that's kind of cool. Hadaya Hadaya Karim. I'm guessing that's your name. Is that how you pronounce it? Hadaya Karim? We'll go with that. If it's pronounced wrong, then so be it. Um, Bungle albums. Oh, Museum of Consciousness. Don't think it says anything I've ever listened to. Can I ask you a fashion question? You can ask me anything you want, Hadaya. Or Hadaya Kareem. You can ask me anything you like, within reason. Can you please show us how your tie shirt or sweater around your waist tie by sleeves? How your tie shirt or sweater around. Listen to that man. What? Don't make me ban you guys. Play nice. Can you please show how your tie shirt or sweater around your waist style by sleeves? I don't have a sweater. What are you talking about? Shows how tie shirt or sweater around your waist style by sleeves. Okay. It's an interesting question. I don't really wear jumpers and that, as you can see. I like to keep my arms free. But like you were saying, Gordo, is mental tripping. Yeah, I don't think I've ever listened to anything like that. Like Zumba or training. Like in workout. I get what you mean. Why? What are you interested in? You just want me to tie a jump around my waist? Should I be charging for this? Should be charging for my expertise. Is that it? Don't you love it when you get people in your chat that you've never seen before that suddenly request stuff? Always nice. How to tie a shirt around your waist? Style by sleeves. Well, you just tie it around your waist. It's not exactly rocket science. Ugh. And technique, just for fashion. Good morning, Nathan Lee. Who is? Are you a psychic? No. Why do I look like a psychic? Why would I be a psychic? What made you get that impression? I'm not a psychic. No. Um, what kind of future would you like? I guess you technically make your future how you want. The only one that can technically direct your future is yourself. If that's what you mean by being psychic, you can predict your own future and you can make your future what you want, but I can't tell you how your future will be because that's based on decisions you make in your own lives. So no, I'm not psychic. I'm so glad I'm getting such a great crowd in this evening. It's different, mind you, the questions you're asking, but no, I'm not a psychic. I'm goth, but I'm not psychic. Melody Sheep on YouTube is worth a look/listen. Okay, thank you, Joe. The dark room and you're wearing all black, so felt you were a psychic and would read some cards. No, I'm just goth. I'm just goth sitting on my couch, just hanging out. I'm just a goth, to be fair, Nathan. But you're welcome to stay. I posted a link in the Discord, not Mad Stop, but Glastonbury, where the sax player came on the white. Oh, okay. I'm going to have a lot to look at, Gordo. This is a special type of jacket that ties. There is a special type of jacket that ties the arms around the back, but I don't think that is what you're talking about. All right. Okay. To be fair, I don't really wear a lot of jumpers, jackets, kind of thing. It's not what you were talking about. Okay. But no, Nathan, I'm not a psychic, but like I said, you can predict your own future by doing your own daily choices. No one can predict your future. Your future is what you make it by the decisions you make. A straight jacket. Is that because I'm nuts? Do I need to be locked away? Um, should probably be locked away. Goths sound hard, as I've known them painting themselves. Hope you're not doing the same. No, sounds a bit kinky, Rosla. What, getting me in a straitjacket? Goth sounds hard. What do you mean goth sounds hard? As I've known them painting themselves. Oh, you mean hurting them? No. No, I'm a friendly goth. I don't have time for shit like that. I'm a goth that loves music, cemeteries, vampires, dressing in black. I mean, I'm literally in black head to toe, mind you. It's not my thing. I just like hanging out, chilling, socializing with my friends, shooting the shit, chatting about this, that, and the other, Nathan. So you're more than welcome to stay, but I'm a good goth. I'm a well-behaved, friendly goth. Friendly goth sounds good. I know. But I do like cemeteries. I do like vampires. I do like horror movies. I do like rock and heavy metal music. Um, I do have an interest in death, ghosts, and that kind of thing. So if that interests you, Nathan, then by all means, subscribe to the channel and hang out. If that doesn't sound like you, then thanks for stopping by. We've spent most of the evening talking about music, Nathan, and how music has changed, concerts we've been to, festivals we want to go to next year, maybe once lockdown is finished, festivals we've been to before, concerts we've seen, bands that have come and gone that we missed, and that kind of thing. We've had a music evening. Last night we were talking about relationships, dating apps, and this evening we've been talking about music. So it's kind of a mixed bag, really. Today was music, yesterday was relationships, the day before it was trolling and stuff like that. And then earlier this evening, I was talking about beefs on YouTube, and then we started talking about music. So we've had a mixture of stuff that I talk about. No night is ever the same on my channel. Um, I was right into the paranormal occult in my youth. Um, I do look at cults and the occult stuff. I do research it. I do videos on it and that kind of thing. How is the COVID situation in your location? Well, I'm in the UK, Nathan, and I live in Norfolk. So at one point we had a high number count of COVID, but things have been getting better. I obviously don't know where you live, Nathan, whether you're in the UK or whether you're abroad, but the UK, we're still in a nationwide lockdown, and my area was hit quite hard, I must say. Um, I saw an awesome concert by Victor Borg before he passed away. He was considered the international ambassador of music. Part comic, part music concert, very enjoyable and rememberable. Well, that's good that you've gone to see some really cool music throughout the years. Alistair Crowley was a very interesting dude. I'm hoping I said his name right. I think it's Alistair, isn't it? Alistair Crowley. I could be wrong. Was a very interesting dude. I don't actually know who he is, unfortunately. I might have to Google him, unless you can give me some pointers. You're in Hong Kong. Wow. Okay. What's it like in Hong Kong? Um, well, thank you, Nathan Lee. Um, I don't. How did you find my channel? Did you just spot that I was live? Um, how did you find my channel, Nathan? Alistair Crawley was the most famous occultist ever. Hang on. Yeah, we have to Google this stuff because I don't know everything. Although I should probably. Oh, he was the English occultist. Oh. So I have looked into stuff like Freemasons and different occults throughout the world. Hong Kong was beautiful once, but now things are a bit hard. Yeah, I don't dispute you're probably having a rough time out there in Hong Kong. I find you from random life search. Oh, thank you, Nathan. Well, if you want to subscribe to my channel, then feel free to subscribe, my friend. If you also want to hang out and shoot the shit with us, you know, feel free to join in with our conversations. Um, um, I found you from a random search. Well, I'm glad I can be of entertainment to you. I don't know what you were looking for and whether you found it, but you stumbled on my channel. My channel isn't to everyone's taste. Look more into human, a very unique human. Yeah. Look into him, sorry, a very unique human. Yes. Victor Borg is Victor Borg. You can Google some of his more comical stuff. Okay. Ban him, Raven, unless she gives a reply in less than a minute. It's what Eli does. Where are you from? Did you happen to watch Crystal Maze of the 90s? I did actually. Yes. I used to watch Crystal Maze all the time. The guy that you know, the guy that's Crystal Maze actually writ the Rocky Horror Show. So, you know, you got to get something good from that. Yeah. It was a really 90s thing to watch Crystal Maze on a like Saturday night while you were eating your chippy tea. He was a good actor for the time. Trying to get the Crystal Maze, trying to get the gold credits at the end. Richard O'Brien, that's it, Richard O'Brien. I couldn't think of his name, but Richard O'Brien wrote the musical, The Rocky Horror Picture Show. So we've got something to be thankful for, even if you don't like the show. As the person who hosted was from the UK, yeah. You loved the Crystal Maze, Joe. Yes, it was, and it was still my favourite show. Well, that's cool. That's awesome. I've done some escape rooms. Have you? I've always wanted to do an escape room. There's an escape room in Durham, which is near me in the UK, and they have a couple of escape rooms. Have you watched the escape room movies, Joe? Because I haven't watched them yet. Yeah, he wrote. It's one of my favourite musicals, The Rocky Horror Picture Show. I was listening to the musical score this afternoon while I was working, as well as the Genetic Repo opera. I also listened to Grease 2. I listened to Sweeney Todd. I listened to quite a few operas, including Cats as well. So I'm quite good when it comes to musicals. I listen to quite a lot. Why I mentioned the show as the tone of you and Richard seem a bit similar, i.e., the dialect. Yeah, I'm from Norfolk, so I speak Norfolk. British, I don't know how to put it. It's my voice, it's my dialect. I think Richard O'Brien was actually I can't remember where he was born. But he's from obviously let's have a look, Richard O'Brien. Well, Richard O'Brien was actually from New Zealand. He wasn't British. He was actually from New Zealand, which is weird. His real name is Timothy Richard Timothy Smith, but he's an English New Zealand actor. So although he's from New Zealand, it was hosted by Ed Tudor Pole from Ten Pole Tudor. All right. There is a medieval zone, and you should create such an ambience for your channel so it adds flavour to your friendly golf. Oh, what, have like a dungeon background? How cool would that be? You mean like have a dungeon? That'd be kind of cool. I'd have a dungeon backdrop, a couple of candelabras, and create like a goth aesthetic. Is that what you're talking about, that kind of thing? That would be kind of cool. We'll get a medieval backdrop of a castle, like the interior, and then my desk can be like the banquet table, and we'll have two little candelabras each side on great big candelabra sticks. It might be confusing him with the later presenter. He was also in Flash Gordon. Yes, he was. He had a dungeon background and candles. Well, thank you, Nathan Lee. That's a brilliant idea. Create like a gothic atmosphere. That's pretty cool. Yes, a medieval goth background. Did he have a bald head, Nathan? Yeah, medieval goth background. It could go really well. At the minute, it's just like this because I've literally been in my flat like 9 months. But my actual setup is going to be over there. I'm going to turn my desk around, have my laptop on the top of it, and then my backdrop will be, like you said, something that will fit my aesthetic. And then I can be goth all the time. Smoke coming out. Hope it fits the budget. Well, thank you, Nathan. You should definitely give me a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel. You sound like a really cool guy, and we need cool guys like you around my channel. Because you sound level-headed. You're from Hong Kong, which is also a beautiful place, or as you said, it used to be. And as you found my channel, I'd love it if you'd hang around. Pretty cool. And smoke coming out. I don't know about smoke coming out. I think I might be like intoxicated in my flat if I have smoke. Richard O'Brien is 78. Bloody hell. Probably looking good for that age. There was a game in the medieval zone where a lady happened to ask questions. You could do a Q&A similar style with my little crystal ball kind of thing. Look into my crystal ball. Cross my palm with silver. You know, can I cross my palm with silver, yeah? If any man would like to cross my palm with silver, you can donate to my PayPal and cross my palm with silver all you like. Doesn't look it though. No, he doesn't, does he? If you want to cross my palm with silver, I will put my link in the chat and you can cross all my palms with silver. Cross my palm with silver. Woohoo. And I need a crystal ball. Of course I need a crystal ball. I need crystal ball, I need smoke. I need two hunky medieval men to stand there and watch over me. I mean, why not? It's a really cool idea, Nathan. I like your idea, the candelabras, the backdrop. I can darken my lighting so it's just lit up by candles. Nathan, you are my new #1, Nathan. A pair of medieval goblets. Medieval glasses. Yeah, we need to get some medieval goblets. So instead of drinking out of my Dr. Pepper can, we've got some proper medieval goblets. That would be pretty cool. Medieval goblets, a medieval table, candelabras. You're getting my channel, Nathan. It's a work in progress. Yeah, so I'm liking your ideas, Nathan. Please feel free to stay and subscribe to my channel. You have some really good ideas. With lots of bread and butter, which Richard used to have in between games. He'd just walk around like some kind of pigeon feasting on bread, yeah? I'll just have my baguettes just hanging around. I'd love to see you come. I would love to see you coming with such variations. Well, thank you. Yeah, it would be kind of cool, wouldn't it, to have that kind of setup? I mean, it's a work in progress. I don't have a backdrop as of yet. My desk needs turning. My laptop needs fixing. But the whole candelabra YouTube setup, I like your thinking. You should also wear a corset. I actually do have one of them. I actually do have a medieval goth dress that would be perfect. And I need to have a raven in the background somehow, or I need to have a raven bird just hanging around. Be realistic, you live near Norwich, you'll have to put up with two bald fatties instead of hunks. Um, yeah, two skinheads are just going to come here and fit in my medieval thing with their little pouches on. I know, Gordo. It's a pipe dream, isn't it, to have two hunky men with tassels on the nips. Woo! Gordo, how you're warping my channel. Um, I should wear a corset. Yeah, definitely. Definitely should wear a corset. I like your style. I do have corsets. I actually do have a couple, and I have a couple of dresses, and I have a basque. So I have clothes that fit my aesthetic that would go quite well. And I can also check car boots, check thrift stores to also get more clothes and aesthetics, which is kind of cool. You're 6'2". Holy shit. You could make one Richard O'Brien look-alike head in the background. Oh, like an actual decapitated head. How cool would that be? Wow. Look at these. Isn't that cool? I like your ideas, Nathan, and you, Joe, and Gordo, obviously, my YouTube buddy. It's a cool idea for a backdrop. It would fit my aesthetic, and obviously a raven incorporated in some way. I do have my Edgar Allan Poe frame with my raven in with Nevermore in the background on top of a skull, which could obviously be moved over there, which would look pretty cool. Which I do intend to do, but with my laptop still broken, I can't really change the setup. If my laptop was fixed, I'd be over there in a day. But my laptop is still broken, unfortunately. Any money you donate will help me fix it because I'd love to fix it when lockdown is finished. If you want to donate to my channel, obviously the PayPal is in the box or it's in the description. It's all over. But it could be a cool idea for my channel to get like a dark aesthetic going. I wish you good luck. Need to go and subscribe, and would love to see you coming up with something awesome. Oh, thank you, Nathan. And get a pet snake. Oh, I don't know about that. A pet. I can't have pets, Joe. But thank you, Nathan. Thank you for subscribing, and I'd love to see you come back another time. So that would be kind of cool. Getting a pet snake. No. I live in a flat. I can't have animals, and I don't think my first choice would be a pet snake. Mind you. Let's be honest, Joe. It wouldn't be a snake. If I was going to have a pet, I think I'd have a raven. I'd like to have an aviary at the back of my house. If I didn't have a flat and I had a house, and I'd probably have ravens out the back. That would be kind of cool. Although you can't really have a raven as a pet. You can and you can't. Stay safe in these COVID times. Well, thank you, Nathan, and the same for you being in Hong Kong. Keep safe as well. And I live stream nearly every day, Nathan. So if you want to come back, I kind of live stream every day within reason. So if you want to hang out and join in, by all means, come back. Crows are my favorite bird. Yeah, crows, ravens. Obviously, I'm a raven because that's my goth name. Crows would be awesome. I also like magpies because I like black and white. So crows, raven, and magpies would be my three top birds, if that's such a thing. Ravens would be my first. Then I like crows, and then it would be magpies. That would be the best for me. By the way, what do you do for a living? I'm an eBay reseller. I resell on eBay. Magpies are crows too. You get what I mean. Magpies, crows, ravens. I do like owls as well, as you can see. Hang on. I like owls as well. Look. See, I like owls. It's a great big owl t-shirt. So I like owls as well. They're also one of my favorite birds as well. So owls, magpies, raven, crows, those kind of that kind of deal. When it comes to animals and birds, they'd be my favorite. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask. Like I said, Nathan, I'm an eBay reseller that's also looking for part-time work on the side of working from home. And obviously, YouTube will eventually become hopefully work as well once I get monetized. Once I make enough hours, hopefully I can go for monetization. Hopefully it'll be a big thumbs up, God willing. Crows are intelligent. They are. Crows and ravens are highly intelligent. Do you like the Crow movie as well, Joe? Are you into the Crow movie? Because it's like one of my favorite films. If you haven't seen the Crow movie, you should definitely watch it. It features Brandon Lee, which was Bruce Lee's son, and it's a really good movie. I liked it. eBay Rella sounds nice. Anyway, thanks. Have a nice day. Good luck for your endeavours. Well, thank you, Nathan. Brandon Lee, yeah, seen it moons ago. Yeah, I watch it quite often. I watch it maybe, I don't know, a couple of times a year. I really like the movie. I like the soundtrack. I like the dark aesthetics. Brandon Lee was kind of a babe, and he died on set. Yeah, he died on set being shot by Funboy. Funboy shot him on set by accident, and he died, which is such a shame. But he had so much potential as an actor, I believe. I believe he had so much potential. I'd love to have seen him in other movies. But I think he might ended up being typecast, kind of like Johnny Depp has. Being typecast can be an end to your career, but I think that movie would have made it for him. I think it would have brought Brandon Lee to the forefront, and I liked the movie. My personal opinion, obviously. Tragic like his dad. Yeah, tragic again, being shot, like father, like son. Unfortunately, that's how it went in the end, which is such a shame. Two good actors, taken in their prime kind of thing. But yeah. Yeah, dying on set like that, it unfortunately ruined the movie. Obviously, no one at that point knew he died on set. Did you like that film, The Ninth Gate? Oh, The Ninth Gate with Johnny Depp then. I've seen it a couple of times. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, The Ninth Gate. It was all right. It's not his best work, mind you. It's all right. It's a slow burning movie. But it's not Johnny Depp's best work, not by any stretch of the imagination. Um, it's kind of one of his like mid-range films. Huh? It's good. It's got good occult references. It has that in it. It's like I said, I like the occult and that kind of thing, but the movie for me kind of fell flat. A little bit. Like I said, it's not Johnny Depp's best work. But I do like films with occult references in, delving into like the Freemasons and that kind of thing, or satanic cults always kind of interests me. Um, sorry, but yeah, it's not my favorite occult movie or Johnny Depp movie. He's a good actor, but I just think the story felt just a little bit flat on that one, just a little bit flat. Um, but that's my personal opinion. You like The Omen? Not really. It's not my go-to movie. The Omen's okay. Um, if you want to go for some old school horror like Omen or Rosemary's Baby or Carrie or something like that, it's not really my type. Um, um, that kind of thing. Rosemary's Baby, Omen, um, that kind of old school horror kind of movie. Omen wasn't really my kind of thing. I prefer more of a got some Raven action. Well, I do have I wouldn't say it's a particular horror movie likes, but I do like certain things. Um, I've watched The Omen. Oh, I was going, it's not really my type of movie. But obviously I like ravens, so hence my name, Midnight Raven, and it's my goth name. So I've been stuck with it for quite a few years, and it's not going to change. I like the name Raven. I always have done. I like the bird. I like being Raven. It's my whole YouTube persona. Obviously, I'm me as well. Raven is still me, but you get my point. Um, that kind of thing. Um, you can feel free to ask any more questions. I've been live for 2 hours and 47 minutes. Would you believe? Holy shit! If you have any other questions you want to ask, anything else you want to know, music, cinema, films, my channel, as Nathan Lee said, I should try doing a goth aesthetic, which is in the pipeline. I've just got to get my whole shit together after moving. Um, I've been here like 9 months, so I really should be getting together, and I haven't, which is partially my fault, I guess. Being single, moving house in a COVID pandemic is not exactly the best idea of the last year I've had. Um, but you live with each day. How long have I been single? I've been single since March last year, so I've been single over a year. Yeah, I've been single for over a year. March last year, I became single. And obviously, it is now March again, so I have officially been single about a year, give or take. So there's that. um, not the easiest thing I've ever done, um, but here I am, live streaming in my little flat, which I'm quite happy about. Um, I guess, life carries on. Life is what you make it, in all honesty. Um, as you say. Um, So, do you have anything else you want to ask? I don't remember the topic of the stream. I think it was just a random hangout. I basically ask anything you want, any questions you have, basically anything. It's a Friday night, all holes barred. Obviously, questions within reason. Let's check the analytics of my stream. Have I been disliked some more? Because apparently my stream has to be disliked all the time because that's just how it is. I don't know why. I've done nothing to anyone this evening. No, I've still got 5. Mr. Asshole is butt hurt once again.
Oh, hello.
We've been talking about music and concerts all night, and Eli's still giving me 5 dislikes.
Yeah, I have something you can talk about with your stream.
Sure. Why?
Because he's boring. You know, comic relief is coming up with the red nose rain thing.
That's already finished, hasn't it?
No, it's like next week, I think.
Oh.
You know how there used to be foam in there? They're now plastic. The red noses, they're plastic, not foam.
Really?
Yeah. It's all over Instagram and thingy. They need to go back to the old ones.
Why are they plastic? I thought they were trying to
not
pollute.
Now plastic.
So we're now polluting the world with plastic.
The YouTuber I watch is just had to go on.
Don't you buy them from like Sainsbury's or something?
Yeah.
The noses. Yeah. I haven't had a red nose in years because we did try and get one of the skeleton ones before. I think it was. We did try and get some of the more rarer ones. That was my son. And dropping in. Does anyone have any more questions or queries? Like I said, we've been talking about movies and music. My new backdrop, hopefully, that will be coming in a few years' time. And obviously, my channel's got 5 dislikes. If you haven't liked this video, please like it so it goes up in the algorithm. Would be great. Obviously, some poor idiot doesn't like my content, is still disliking my shit. Your son seems a nice young man. Well, thank you, Joe. He's 18. He's engaged. He has a job, so I brought up a good young man. And you liked my stream. Well, thank you, Joe. Yeah, someone keeps downgrading my streams. I know who they are. And I've been talking about music and movies all night. I don't get where the issue is. But so be it. Butt hurt or what would be the question I would ask. Mine is 17. Ooh, I have my eldest is 18. I have a 17-year-old and I have a 13-year-old. So I have 3 altogether. Just popped in and gave you a thumbs up. Thank you, Mr. L. Much love to you. Thank you for popping in. To say hi. Eli's disliking all my stuff, so we're trying to keep my channel and big it up. He's disliking my channel like a motherfucker for no apparent reason. But small-minded people in this world, small-minded people. But thank you, Mr. L. I do try to bring you good, riveting content. And the problem I have is that even when I don't talk about Eli, and I've been talking about movies and vinyl records and concerts and festivals, I'm still getting dislikes. So it doesn't matter whether I talk about him or whether I don't talk about him, he's still disliking my shit. I mean, how is that fair? But thank you for popping in, Mr. Earl. I know that's what he does, unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately, he's butthurt that somebody else is growing, somebody else is getting more traction than him. People are actually coming to my channel, which is perfectly fine. That's entirely up to him. But I'm going to still do my live streams every day. I'm still going to hang out with you guys, and I'm not going to let it stop me. So no worries, Mr. O. I am a strong, confident, independent woman, and no small little cuck from California is going to stop me in my tracks. So he's been warned. I'm going to keep live streaming. I'm going to keep live streaming, doing my channel, having my hangouts with my friends, and just basically just having a good time, because life is too short to live with the shit that he puts up with and puts out on people. So I'm just going to carry on being me, and I think that works pretty well. So there. That's me. Highly opinionated, upfront, to the point, me. Um, Well done, Raven. Well, thank you. I will give myself a round of applause and a pat on the back for that. Well, that's just me. I'm not going to let some small little guy with some small little theory on me bother me. I'm going to keep doing my channel, and doing my content, and streaming every day. And if he doesn't like it, type shit. When I'm monetized and getting donations and having a wonderful channel, that'll be his problem. But I like streaming. I like talking to people. I like socializing. I like hanging out with you guys. It's nice to have someone to talk to. And once lockdown is finished, I can do more out and about live streams. I can do more vlogs. I can show you more stuff out there and hang out more and do more pre-recorded videos and then come home and do a live stream with you. I can go away more often. I can stay in hotels, go away for the weekends and have fun and vlog it all for you. So, hopefully this channel should hopefully be a lot more than it is at the minute. Lockdown isn't helping. And then there's people like Eli just downgrading all my stuff. So what are you going to do? You can't fight people that won't listen. I guess that's what I'm getting at. You can't fight people who are also butthurt, about the situation, and it's just how you carry on, isn't it? Day to day, just carry on. So if you have any more questions or anything you want to ask, anything you want to talk about, I've been live for nearly 3 hours, mind you. So thank you for that, Joe, for tooting myself. I'm much appreciated. It doesn't get to me, the dislikes, like it should. I'm guessing he does it for the shock factor of, oh no, dislikes. But I used to have dislikes back in the day when Eli first came around. It's just kind of the same shit over and over. Have you ever heard Gothic King Cobra JFS music or seen his video? He's a self-proclaimed goth bad boy. No, I haven't. But I'm definitely going to have to check him out now you've told me about him. Hopefully he's got some really cool music, because I'm always looking for new music, new things to listen to and that kind of thing. Have you heard of Gothic King Cobra? I'm going to have to check it out. I've been listening to things like In This Moment at the minute. Is a new band I've been taking an interest in. If you know who In This Moment is, Mr. L. Yeah, I just want to hang out on my YouTube channel. Sit here, hang out, share some stories, share some experiences, learn something from each other. I'm not picking a fight with anybody today, and I'm still getting dislikes. Why can't people just listen to the content before they start judging you? It's always an issue now. I just get dislikes even when I don't talk about people, which is really unfair. But some people are so butthurt that other people are succeeding, they have to try and tear you down to their level, which won't happen with me, because I won't have it. Just saying. It is fun to meet people. You should check out his channel. It's not good music, but he's unapologetic himself. Oh, fair enough. I will check out his channel. Thank you, Mr. Earl. I will definitely check him out. I do go through my chat once I finish, because I've had other stuff recommended to me further up in the chat by Gordo. He recommended some other music as well that I should take a look into. It is fun to meet people, Joe. I like hanging out. I like socializing. The thing is, with lockdown at the minute, I can't just go to a pub, go to a club, and go hang out with my friends. We're in a full lockdown. Um, Poor guy gets tons of hate, but he's quite funny. He is quite funny, I guess, but I think the hate he gets, he deserves. That's my personal opinion. I think you seem a cool person, Raven. I am a cool person. I do try to be. I'm not here for everyone to like me. I'm not RJ. I'm not seeking out to make loads of friendships and all become buddy buddy. I just like hanging out with people, socializing, chatting. At the end of the day, you're people on the end of a YouTube channel. I can't see you. Um, we're just hanging out and chatting like you kind of would. Okay, it's a bit different to like being in a pub, seeing somebody face to face, or bumping into somebody, at the park or at a club or something. But at the minute, this is the best kind of socializing I can get during a full lockdown. I mean, how else are you going to socialize during a full lockdown if you don't use Zoom calls or Facebook Messenger or dating apps or use YouTube? You've got to have some kind of outlet to the outside world. You can't sit there and watch Netflix all day, although some people probably can. I do like to talk to people. It is a sense of, talking, sharing stories, hanging out. Hopefully, people that come to my stream, I've took them out of their own doom and gloom for a little bit. Um, Took them away from the real world for 5 minutes, especially with the struggles of today. I'm just here to help people. And if I find it therapeutic to talk to people, I'm sure that people find it therapeutic to watch other streamers. So I'm just, streaming and hanging out and socializing like any other YouTuber would. Um, you seem genuine, and I like that. Well, thank you. I'm who I am. I don't sugarcoat how I am. I don't mask who I am. When I went for Eli the other day, I meant every word of it, and the same with everything I say. I'm upfront, to the point, and I'm as real as you can get. I don't put on a persona. This is the real me. If you met me in real life, I would be exactly the same person. Um, I don't know what else to say. I'm me. I'm me. That's how I would put it. I'm me. I think I'm genuine and wholehearted and nice. Not everyone sees that. I'm guessing from the dislikes on my channel, but I don't hate anybody per se. Do I dislike their theories, the way they do stuff? Absolutely, but dislike a person as a whole, not exactly. But I do dislike what some people do on YouTube. I do dislike the things they say, how they present themselves, how they go about stuff. But that's always my personal opinion. It's never my entire channel's opinion. It's always my own. My opinions are separate to everybody else. If people come in the chat and they want to have a difference of opinion, by all means, they can have a difference of opinion. I've never blocked anybody from my channel. My entire ban list is empty because I value people's opinions. I want to have debates in the chat and conversations, and we've been arguing all evening. What's the best music? What's the best festivals? Shit, we can't believe we used to listen to. Um, you know, the shit that we listen to today, movies that we used to watch. It's just like hanging out like old friends, but you can't do it down a pub or a club or just hang out in real life at the minute. This is like the escape for most people, whether it's sitting in front of Netflix for a couple of hours, watching YouTube, going for a walk in the park. It's kind of escapism. And I find talking on YouTube helps me in some way. It gets me talking, it gets me out and about, as in like to socialize. Um, I don't know what more I can say. That's me. I'm just me. I'm just me. However you want to put it, I'm me. Um, that's kind of it. That's kind of how I am. I'm me. You can be you, and I can be me, kind of thing. Well, I'm glad you think I'm genuine. Um, I've never come on here and pretended I'm someone I'm not because there's no point. It keeps the mind stimulated. It does. Having an intellectual conversation with somebody on YouTube can be possibly the only conversation you have all day. We're being in lockdown. We're not allowed out apart from 1 hour exercise. You could phone your family and your friends, but it is nice to talk to somebody different, like yourselves. And it keeps me active for a couple of hours. You never know what topics you're going to get. I mean, last night we were talking about relationships and dating app and relationship tips and advice and being a dominant. And then this evening we're talking about music, LPs, records, decks, vinyl, festivals, movies, the occult. We've talked about so much tonight. And each night is different because you have a different crowd in your audience. You might have different people on your panel. You might have a particular topic you want to highlight. So every day in your chat can be entirely different. It all depends on the day, the situation, the chat. Sometimes the chat has stuff they want to talk about, and they want to change the conversation, or they have something they want to talk about that's happening right now in the world. So I'm always open to, as I called it this evening, it was called random chat. So that meant you could chat about anything, chat about movies, chat about TV, chat about films, festivals, whatever took your fancy at the time. I'm an open ear and open book to questions and answers and just socializing, you know. I don't know how else to explain it. I hate that I missed it. I have my old Matilda record deck and my vinyl collection. Yeah, we amazingly, my channel got 5 dislikes, but we've been talking about festivals, records, movies, decks, old people we used to listen to like T-Rex, AC/DC, Black Sabbath, The Who, Pink Floyd, David Bowie. We've been talking about all different stuff tonight. I haven't sat here talking about Eli, and I still got 5 dislikes. So, what can you do? I could spend the entire night and not mention him, and I would still get dislikes, which in my case is unfair. Dislike the video if I talk about him, but this one was literally about movies and vinyls and festivals. We were having a really intellectual conversation tonight about music. Sharing the fact that my dad had a record collection and a vinyl collection, and so did Gordo, and Joe had a different take on music, and everyone was joining in, and it was a really nice evening. Yeah, you can't, please everybody, apparently. And I wouldn't want to please everybody, because then I'd have too many people in the chat, too many things going on, and it'd be like, whoa, kind of thing. But I'm having a good time. Ignore the dislikes, focus on the 13 likes. Exactly, Mr. Earl. Exactly. Yes, exactly. That seems fair. The fact that I've had a nice night. We've all had a good conversation. And I should be proud that I have 13 likes because I have real true people that like my content. Um I like your way of thinking, Mr. Earl. You know, um, Concentrate on the positive and ignore the negative. I think that's a way of doing it. I'm working and listening. You kept me entertained. What do you do for a living, Joe? If I don't mind me asking. What have you been doing while you've been listening to me? What do you do for a living, Joe? Poker online. Okay, fair enough. Not a bad job to have. Um, yeah, it's a different job, mind you, poker online. I'm an eBay reseller, by day. Um, Good evening, Flaming Dragon. How are you? We've been talking about vinyl, festivals, concerts we've been to, music through the years, artists that have sadly died and passed away, and that kind of thing. I do other things too. Well, yeah, I mean, I do eBay as a sideline, should we say, like a side venture um, kind of thing. Um, yeah, I earn incomes in different way. I don't earn a lot, mind you. I am on benefits. That's always a great thing to live off. If you've ever suffered on benefits, you'll know what I'm talking about. But eBay is a sideline for me. It's more of a hobby than a job. But it does earn me a bit of extra. And when I start going to the thrift stores and when I start going to the car boots, I'm going to earn a lot more. I'm good, thank you, and yourself. I'm having a wonderful evening. We've had a really nice, good hangout. It's been lots of fun. Um, Aside from the fact I got the dislikes, which Mr. O told me not to acknowledge, I'm meant to be being positive, which I am. I'm very positive in myself, and I believe that the fact that I can get 12, 13, however many likes, defines whatever any of them can throw at me. See, look, 13 likes. Thank you, Mr. L. 13 likes, 5 dislikes. It's just negative people all the time. Negative people out there just want to put me down, and I'm just not going to let them. Um, I'm just not going to let it happen. Because I'm a positive person, or I do try to be. There's negativity in anything. In everyday life. And I've had it worse than most recently. But like Mr. L said, the thumbs up means that people like my channel, they like my content. Even if they're not watching it religiously, people do keep coming back to my channel, which is good. Um, so hopefully everyone has got something out of this stream, whether it's a new interest in music, as I've been given like 10 different things to research today, different musics, different artists. I've got to look up an occultist. I've got some more music bands to look up, apparently. I've got like an entire day to look up new stuff that's been suggested to me. There's a bunch of stuff in Discord that I've also got to look at, apparently. I need to research an occultist, which also could be fun for a video if you want me to do some more on the occults. That would be kind of cool. I haven't done an occult video in ages. I've done the Manson family, but there are more occults. I'd like to do the Jim Jones occult. I'd like to do the 7-day Adventists. There's loads of stuff I'd like to do on occults as well. So I might do some more occult videos in the coming months because I do like the occult. I haven't had a panel this evening, which was a shame. I was hoping to have people on the panel, but panels aren't for everybody, which is a shame because I do like a panel. But everyone's been talking in the chat and hanging out, which is good, which I love. Obviously, everybody in this day and age are busy, 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 and we're all working and listening at the same time. And I do have a lot more free time than most people, mind you. And with being in a lockdown, I have even more. I've never noticed before how much time you have until you're in a lockdown and you're told you can't go out, and then suddenly you realize I have a shit of free time. Um, but I've only live streamed once today. There is a poll on my community tab for my next afternoon live stream. So if you want to vote in that, you can do. But aside from that, I did load a QD haul today. I did an update vlog, and I did one of my serial killer videos, I think. What went up today? Serial killer was Joseph Briggins. So I've done 3 recorded videos today. You've got to catch up on my channel, a serial killer one, and you've got a shopping haul that went up today. So you had 3 videos today, plus you've had a live stream. So I am rocking the content on my stream. And it'll be so much better when lockdown is finished, because I can take you out and about. I can take you to car boots. I can take you shopping with me. I can go to the beach. I used to stay in hotels a lot, and I used to do hotel reviews. And I'm actually what do you call it? I'm a VIP on booking.com. I have a special privilege because one year I stayed in, I think it was 12 different places. And I became like a VIP member, and I do reviews for booking.com. I did like 12 in one year, and then they gave me discounts now for every time I go somewhere. As long as I stay in a booking.com hotel, I get drinks on arrival and that kind of perks, which is kind of cool. Because I did so many reviews back in the day of different hotels that I used to stay in. So I'd love to do that kind of thing again and stay in all different hotels in all different areas and review them, because I think that's really cool. And then I would vlog them on my channel. I would vlog the area I visited. I vlogged the circus at one point. I vlogged the model village, the sea life centres. I like a good hotel as well. I'm actually staying in a caravan in September. So that should be a good vlog if it goes ahead, obviously. But I'm going on holiday in September in a caravan. And hopefully, God willing, the holiday happens so I can review the caravan. I haven't stayed on that caravan park in maybe 6 years, 7 years. So it's been a while since I've been back there, but they've had a revamp. It's all been updated. So I can't wait to go back and stay at Haven Caravan Park in Great Yarmouth. That should be wonderful. I'm going with my son and his girlfriend, and hopefully, God willing, I can get a man to go with me, and then I can do my vlogging and have a really cool time. Fresh white sheets and a firm mattress. There's nothing like it, is there? I have stayed in some of the fancier hotels in Great Yarmouth, which is where I generally did my reviews. I've stayed in the more expensive ones. One of the suites I had a hot kind of a bubbly jacuzzi bath, which was kind of cool. It had a great big 4-poster double bed, and then it had an entire separate lounge and TV and settees, and it had a sea view, and it was absolutely lush. It was so fucking expensive, but I had a wonderful time and I gave it a good review. I knew the manager at the hotel, which was awesome as well. Knowing people like that, you get little perks here and there. I knew the manager of the hotel, mostly for the night shift. He was the manager. He was such a cool guy, and I used to get perks and extras, and he did me really well when I went there I did reviews there for like 4 years, and I go 2 or 3 times a year depending on whether it was an off season or a busy season. And I reviewed his hotel, I mean, it must be 4 or 5 times. and he kept giving me little perks and that. And then I got the VIP treatment when I went in this big suite with the jacuzzi bath, and oh, it was such a good hotel and such good service, such polite people, and I can't wait to go back and review some hotels. I had a whale of a time doing it. And hotels don't have to be expensive to be good. I've stayed in some right cheap places that had really good service, a really good breakfast, friendly staff. So you, I mean, people say you do get what you pay for. Obviously, you know, the more you want to pay, the better the service, the better the sheets. But that's not necessarily always true. Customer service can also come with a cheap hotel. And I cannot wait for the hotels to open because I need a night away somewhere, a nice night away with a nice drink and hot bubble jacuzzi bath, and just soak away my troubles, kind of thing. Um, I haven't been away in a hotel for a couple of years now. It must be 2 or 3 years since I've gone away and been like treated like that, like gone to a hotel, had, you know, dinner, pampering kind of thing, jacuzzis. I mean, just get me thinking about it. I like a spa. Oh, do you know? I've never actually had a spa day. Because I don't go for all that girly stuff. I don't need my nails done. I don't need pedicures. I don't need facials. Although I do like to have a nice swim, and I do like a nice massage, though. That I do like. Nice massage in my back. Perfect. As long as it's done right. I do have some pressure points in my back that look, there's a nudist spa here. We have some cool places near you, Joe, I must admit. Starting to envy where you live. Um, there is a nudist beach in the UK, or there was. There used to be a nudist beach kind of around my area. I don't know if there is any more. I don't know if they've been outlawed in the UK or whether there is still a nudist beach. But there was one at one point. Um, Oslo. Oslo. Oh, so you're in Russia, are you? Are you in Russia? Oslo. Russia? Moscow? Oslo? Russia. Unless there's an Oslo elsewhere. I might be wrong. Could be somewhere else. I don't know where you live, Joe. I haven't pryed in and delved into the depths of Joe. I do know, obviously, you're a poker croupier or online. Norway. That's it. Oslo is Norway. Moscow is Russia, isn't it? Oslo. Oh, so you're from Norway. Oh, cool. I love Norway. Norway's a beautiful place to live, I'm sure of it. Beautiful isles, scenic, must be really good. Um, if anyone else has any questions, you can feel free to answer them in the chat. It's not just a me and Joe showdown this evening. You can feel free to chat in the comments and ask anything you want, advice, join in with the conversation, share whatever you like. I don't know. Go to town in the chat. Ask away. Um, but it would be nice to go back, sample the hotels that I used to go in, see if they've changed. There are plenty of hotels I'd like to visit. There's some really nice ones that I haven't even been in yet, and I'd so like um, to go experience them. Some are a bit more pricey than others, mind you, and unfortunately, Mama doesn't have the money to do that kind of thing. But there's nothing wrong with a cheap hotel either. I've stayed in some right cheap hotels, and yes, some of them have been absolute dives, mind you. I have had some shocking reviews, but I've also had some good reviews of cheap hotels. So I think a cheap hotel is what you make it, and it's what the people make of what they have. But I so need a night away with a bubble bath, a spa treatment, and just to be pampered. Just be pampered. Pampered and loved, and, you know, shown a good time, however you want to put it. Um, I've been deprived of that kind of thing. I've never done a nudist spa or beach even. Well, I've never done a nudist spa or a nudist beach, but I know they exist in the UK. I know there is nudist beaches. It's not to everyone's taste, mind you. Hotels here in the US are all expensive, and the cheaper they are, the worse they are. Yeah, I've seen some hotels in America on TV. There was like this TV show that was on YouTube where they looked at the terrible hotels and they'd go around with the blue light and everything. And some of your hotels are horrendous. So I get what you mean, Mr. L. Denmark is very popular. I'm sure Denmark is a very popular place for nudist beaches. And never been to Denmark. I've never left the UK, unless you count Scotland and Wales. I've never been abroad. I want to go to Paris. If you've watched my channel, you know my heart lies in Paris, France, and always has done. The haute couture of fashion is Paris, and I need to go to Paris. I need to go to the Louvre. I need to see the Eiffel Tower. I need to experience the whole French experience, and it has been my life's dream to go to Paris just once before I die. I'm not asking too much, am I? But you know, we shall see what happens. We shall see. I don't know what else to talk about. Anybody else have anything they want to ask? I've been live for 3.5 hours. Pull back. Anyone else have anything they want to share? Any more questions that you have to ask? If you want to change the subject, we can do. I'm free and easy. Campers, or you so-call them caravans, are really popular here. We have some beautiful camping grounds. Your tongue must be getting sore. No, I'm fine, Joe. I'm used to talking a lot. Yeah, caravan parks are popular here. They're not always the nicest though. Are there some nice camping grounds in the UK? There probably are some nice camping grounds. I mean, Norfolk does have some nice beaches, nice areas. Some of them are a bit more. I've stayed in quite a lot of places, mainly hotels, caravan parks. I've stayed in Scotland. I've stayed in Wales. I've stayed in Yorkshire. I've been to Yarmouth, mainly stayed in Yarmouth.
Ayr in Scotland?
We've been to Ayr in Scotland. I've stayed in Edinburgh. I've been to Llanisthal, Theasthal, Go Gosh, or whatever it's called, in Wales. I've been to Yorkshire 2 or 3 times for different things. But I've never left the UK, as in like France or gone abroad. Mobile homes are very popular here. I mean, mobile homes are not as popular here as like towing a caravan from place to place. You do get the.
You get more caravans than you do mobile homes.
You do get the UK, is it called the UK Motorhome Club, where these really posh people have these caravans that literally look like the inside of their house. You know, all mod cons, everything's fancy.
We don't get big RVs like America, so you do get small ones.
This guy's in Norway. I don't know what they have in Norway for mobile homes, but America, obviously, where, you know, they have the great big RVs, you couldn't fit them on our roads. You wouldn't get an RV in the UK.
You would, it would be very tight.
it's tight. I mean, it's hard enough staying behind people that have caravans when they tow them. But motorhomes, there is such thing as the Motorhome UK Club, I think it's called, and they have like motorhome weekends throughout the summer, and they take up like 90% of caravan parks. Um, but you also do get private caravan parks where they park their motorhomes all year round and kind of live there. Um, so, you know, if you want to share, your favorite holidays, favorite destinations, and that kind of thing in the chat, feel free to. Your favorite holiday place. For me in the UK, I liked visiting Whitby. I only went there for a day, but I'd love to go for an actual holiday to Whitby in the UK. It was a gorgeous little seaside town, and we only spent like 4 or 5 hours there. But if I could spend like an entire weekend at Whitby, I would do. It's an absolutely gorgeous views, gorgeous scenery, nice food, nice area, and they also have obviously the golf weekends up there as well, which is pretty cool. Twice a year, sometimes. Obviously, they've all been cancelled this year, and I don't know if their one at the end of the year is even happening because that'll obviously be up to COVID, whether it happens. But it's the Whitby Golf Weekend. It usually happens twice a year. They usually have one sort of in the early part of the year, and then we went when they were having it in the later part of the year. But I came home the day before it happened, which was such a shame because I loved the Whitby Golf Weekend. I absolutely loved it, but one of these years I will go up there and experience it. It's a once in a lifetime thing to experience, being a goth and going to it. The same as the Mira Luna Festival I said earlier in Germany. It's like a goth mecca, the same as like Whitby is for the UK. That kind of thing. Don't know really what else to say. But yeah, campers, motorhomes, static caravan parks are up and down the country in the UK. There's Haven, there's Park Deans. Now you get more log cabin kind of stylesque getaways. Glamping is not too big in the UK, but glamping is starting to become a big thing. People like the whole eco outside experience, or staying in a yurt. Is also yurts are also becoming a thing. Tents, sometimes I've actually stayed. I've actually done a weekend holiday in a tent. I've done a weekend in a tent once, but apart from that, I've never stayed in a tent before. I've always been in caravans, or I've always been in hotels. Or I've stayed in cabins before, or glamping pods. But I have done a tent. I did it for like 2 nights, and in all honesty, my back absolutely killed because we were sleeping on the floor. This was like minimal tenting. This was no glamping. This was tenting. We were sleeping on the floor in sleeping bags. It was the most uncomfortable, noisiest, less sleep I think I've ever had. But it was really fun though. We have some good memories from that tenting holiday. Never done glamping before. Looks cool. Glamping is like a halfway between staying in a B&B hotel / being in a tent. So you have all the fanciness of being in a hotel, but it's more in a environmentally friendly kind of outdoorsy way, if that makes any sense. I stayed in a glamping pod at the Vauxhall holiday camp in Great Yarmouth, and it was this cute little pod. It was wooden on the outside, and it was really cool. I lived in a tent for an entire summer while building a home that was hours from any town. Oh, that must have been cool. It's common to have a cabin in the mountains here. Yeah, that we do have cabin holidays in the UK. I spent 4 nights in Thetford Forest in one of their fancy log cabin kind of style. That was kind of fun. Um, that was kind of cool, staying in the log cabins for 4 nights, and that was in Thetford Forest. So we got woken up in the morning by the dawn chorus, squirrels. We had deers in our backyard while we were sitting in the hot tub. That was kind of cool. Basically getting up close with nature. And then we had a thunderstorm while we were in the hot tub, and half of us got out and the rest of them stayed in, which was kind of dangerous, but it was kind of fun to watch them in there. And then we had deer come up to us in the morning while we were having breakfast. It was a really nice experience staying in the cabin. It was shock, Joe. I bet it was. Staying in a tent for an entire summer. I mean, I stayed in a tent for 2 nights and that broke me. Especially with my bad back. I was, it's like, no, I need a hot bath. I need a hotel stat kind of thing, like now. But I would tent again, though. Mind you, saying that, I would go camping again. Um, if I was better prepared, I would go camping again. But I do like the luxury of glamping, a hotel, a B&B, a holiday park. Not that I won't, slum it in a tent, mind you. I mean, I'm not that high up and mighty that I won't slum a tent. As I said, I've done it before, but it's not for my back. It's not the best thing I can do. Um, it's not the best thing I can do for my back. The jacuzzi, the spa. Now that's more me. You can see how that's more my thing. But I can slum it in a tent. I put the tent up. I did a 24-mile walk that day. I made my dinner, on a cooking stove. We slept in the tent that nearly blew away. It was fun. I was ecstatic to finally get the place plumbed in and take a proper shower. I bet you were, Mr. R. I bet you were lapping up that water in there like a dolphin, like swimming around and going, woo! You were lapping that shit up, Mr. O. He was like, this is the best shit since sliced bread, having a proper bath, isn't it? You can't beat a nice soapy hot shower. Mind you, I don't have a shower. I have a bath in my house, but I would kill for a shower. A bath's okay, but it takes so long to run. Me, I just want to be jumping in a shower and off. But that's just me. But then I do love a nice bubble bath, but I also like a spa bath, like kind of massaging you. And oh, the pain of lockdown stopping me having all of this. It's not fair. You can't beat actually being clean. No, you can't. You can't beat that feeling of coming home from a camping trip and all you want to do is sit in a bath and just wash that camping smell off you. Camping is all well and fun, but if you can wash that camping smell off of you, you feel good. But I don't know what else to talk about. Who else is here? There seems to only be two of you chatting. Is it just me, Joe, and Mr. L this evening? I have been live for 3.5. Now that is some dedication to streaming. I think it's the longest stream I've done recently. I don't think I've done 3.5 hours before. Not for a while. It's been a long time since I've done 3.5 hours. But like I said, if you have any more questions, any more queries, anything you want to talk about, you want to change the subject, I'm all ears. Always. Um, Last night we did dating apps and relationships and being dominant, and tonight we've talked about holidays, festival, music. I think we just all want to get out of lockdown. I think that's what it is. I think we're pining for real life. We want to go have a shower in the middle of a forest. We want to go walking. We want to go on holiday. I think we're yearning for the outside world. Like, we just want to leave our houses. We don't care what we're doing. We just want to leave the house. Holidays, festivals, music, go to a movie, just do anything. Basically, just get out the house, I think, is where we're going with this. Not that being in your house is a problem, but when you've been in your house for a year, you're kind of like, um, I can't beat my honesty when it comes to shit like that. I'm like, yeah, my house is fine. I want out. I want to socialize. I want to meet people. I want to hang out. I want to get back on the dating scene. Like, holy Christ, do I want to get back on the dating scene? I want to socialize with people. I want to be doing stuff. Life is too short to be staying in your house 24/7, or it is for me anyway. I want to be doing stuff, living life, and getting out there. And currently, I've been sitting on my couch for the last 9 months, wanting to go out there and do stuff, but being told you can't. Because you have to save humanity. I get that, but I need to leave my house. Um, you know, all the people that are dying, yes, I feel sorry for them, but when you've been stuck in your house for a year, you soon lose the old mental capacity and you yearn for just normality. Um, I don't know about anybody else, but that's how I feel. Um, um, yeah, that kind of thing, I guess. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Yearning for normality, I guess, and wanting to date and wanting to see people and wanting to go out and do something. You could be dead tomorrow, and I don't want to say I spent the last months just sitting in my house. Um, but like I said, if you have any more questions and stuff you want to put in the chat, I'm a hermit at the best of times. Well, I'm not a people person, but I do like to get out the house. Not necessarily socializing with people, although people are good for socializing. But I have times where I just need to be by myself in my own little world, and I don't want people like around me. I do like my little off times as well. I'm blessed to be in the part of USA that I'm in. It's pretty much normal. Pretty much life is normal here. Well, you are very lucky, Mr. L. Because we've been in a lockdown for like a year. We can go out and exercise, we can go out and get food, but we are stuck in our houses for like 22 hours of the day. Unless you want to spend all your time in the garden. If you know the UK, Mr. O, you know the weather isn't exactly that great at the minute. It's rain, it's cold, it's miserable. We haven't quite got the hot spring weather as of yet. I'm guessing it's holding off until April, and then it can rain like hell. But hopefully, daylight saving time is at the end of March. So hopefully that's going to bring another hour of sun and maybe perk me up a little. As you can see, look, put a smile on my face, um, kind of thing. Like I said, you know, um, life will get back to normal eventually. We just have to be patient. And Raven doesn't have any patience. Um, you guys are lucky you live in better countries than us. Ours has gone a little bit topsy-turvy recently. But June the 21st, fingers crossed, will be the end of lockdown officially. Because if not, I might go crazy. There is that possibility that I might go a little bit woo. But I hope everyone's loving my stream. It is the longest I have streamed in about 2 years, so you guys are lucky. Then again, I think my average stream back in the day was probably 3 to 4 hours long. I don't think I did anything longer than that. I think I tried to keep it between 3 and 4 hours. And recently, I've been doing like 2.5, 3 hour streams. It's the same here, oh, but then again, I live in a forest. Yeah, you're not going to get much COVID in a forest, and I live in a very small mountain town. Oh, cool. So you two are very fairly safe. That's good to know that my community is safe, and that my entire country's in shit. It's always nice to know. Um, but things could be worse. I keep being told that things could be worse, and then I wonder how. Um, a mass pandemic, wide world vaccine, we're in lockdown. I mean, what could possibly make life worse right now? Um, you know, I think I've lived through quite a lot so far. As I always defy the world to make it worse, I defy the world to make it worse. And so far, I don't think it can. We've hit like rock bottom when it comes to like life at the minute. Um, Which is a shame that it's come to all this. Cool, man. Yeah, it's cool that you two are very safe, and that I'm stuck indoors 24/7, which means I get to live stream more because I have nothing better to do. Um, Live stream in the morning, at night, because I have loads of free time. Loads of free time. At the minute, anyway, I have loads of free time. I don't know what I was going to say then. I was going to say something. Think of it. But yeah, we've had a really cool night. This has been so cool. You guys are so awesome. And Joe, you've been here most of the evening. You're a dedicated person to my channel. Don't make that day. Things can always be worse. I know. But the year I've had, I would defy it to make it worse. I've had possibly the shittest 2020, 2021 anyone can ever have. I've had so much crap. What possibly could be worse than the year I've had? If you've heard my year, you'll know what I'm talking about. It'd have to do something really bad to make my life worse. I'm already in a bad place, mentally, emotionally. So, there's only ways up from here, in my eyes anyway. But yes, Mr. O, we have to be positive. Let's not taint the gods of fate to make my life worse, because I don't need it. David Rolo, hey, good evening, Arthur. Greetings from GB. Guess I'm late. I've been live for nearly 4 hours, so I would say you're late. My lady is making eyes at me. Time to go, I think. Thanks for the chat, Raven. Take care. No worries, Joe. I've had a wonderful evening talking to you, my man. You go enjoy your beautiful Oslo haven that you have, and I will wallow in my lockdown tiny little flat in the UK. Your woman's making eyes at me. If only I had a man to make eyes at me. If only I had a man to make eyes at me. He'd roll his eyes at me and he'd get a spanking. Wouldn't happen in my world. But have a good evening, Joe. Thank you for spending so much time with me. I've loved every minute of you sharing your collection with me and all your stories. How are you, Arthur? How was your evening? And welcome, David, to my channel. I've been here for nearly 4 hours, my friends. I obviously have nothing better to do with my time, supposedly. Apparently I don't. Um, I have enjoyed hanging out, and if anyone's got any more questions or subjects they want to talk about, feel free to say. I'm an open book when it comes to questions. Only 4 hours late. Yes, you are only 4 hours late. Better late than never. At least you've turned up. And you can also give me a big thumbs up as well for being late. You can make it up to me. You can like my stream. We've had an awesome stream. We've talked about festivals, music, horror movies. We've talked about going on holiday. We've talked about pandemic. We talked about life. We just talked about loads of stuff. It's amazing what you can talk about in 4 hours. Our potato of a president is going to mess around and start World War III. I don't know much about the whole Biden thing and Trump, because obviously in the UK it's not really something we talk about over here, kind of thing. Very good, thanks. Later, everyone. Are you leaving already, Arthur? Well, thank you for popping in. Thumbs up, David. Exactly. We have to get those thumbs up because I'm getting so much negativity at the minute. We need to get some positivity in this. Positivity. So how many likes do we have today? Drum roll, please. We have 15 likes. Thank you to everyone that's liked. Thank you to the 5 people that disliked my stream. You are more than welcome to carry on watching my stuff and disliking it because obviously that's how you feel. But thank you for the thumbs up. 15 of them. I love you all. If you love my streams and you'd like to subscribe and hang out, that's perfectly fine. My channel is your hangout, depending on where in the world you are. We've had people from Norway tonight, America, the UK. We've had a well good shindig. Had a really cool evening. But if you do have any questions, queries, advice, we can talk about anything and anything within reason. Nothing's really taboo on my channel as long as YouTube find it above board. You have to keep my channel clean because I'd like to be monetized in the coming months. So we try and keep my channel clean within reason, try and keep it above board. It's 22:47 here in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. Yeah, I'm in the UK, David. It is nearly 11 o'clock here. There, as you can see. It's pitch black outside, although it's been pitch black since about 6 o'clock this evening, so you get used to being in the dark. Although daylight saving is in like 2 weeks, and then we'll get another hour of sun, hopefully. And spring will finally appear where it's not raining constantly. That would be awesome. Whereabouts in the UK are you from, David? If you don't mind me asking, are you from the north, south, east, or west? Which area you're from? I'm from the east, just in case you're wondering. I live, hour and a half from the coast, or about an hour and a bit from the coast, on the east. You live in Lancashire? Oh, cool. I live in Norfolk. I live in Norfolk, so I'm about an hour, 10 and 15 minutes away from the coast. And you live in Lancashire, which is cool. Welcome to my channel. I'm the Midnight Raven, or you can call me Raven for short. You live near Blackpool. Oh, do you like Blackpool? Do you like Blackpool? Do you holiday there? I guess you get asked that type of question all the time when people say you live near Lancashire. So exciting. I know, it's thrilling, isn't it? Yeah. Do you go to Blackpool on holiday, or because you're too close, do you tend not to? Do you go elsewhere for holidays? A lot of people that say they live near Blackpool don't go on holiday there because they like visit it all the time during the summer, so there's no real need to holiday there. I could holiday in Hunstanton. That's probably the closest seaside place to me would be Hunstanton. You were born here. Oh, nice. Um, Not by choice. Fair enough. But I go to Hunstanton quite a lot. I love going to the coast and the sea life and just the cool breeze of the coast and the smells and the atmosphere at the coast in the UK, especially on the east coast, is kind of nice. We have really have a picturesque North Norfolk coast where I am, which is kind of cool. Um, Although I do go to places like Yarmouth, Lowestoft, Cromer, Sheringham, and all that type of thing. Although would like to visit further up north, some people like Skegness and all that. Visited Norwich once for a concert. Oh, we were talking about concerts earlier. I saw CKY and Fireball Ministry of Sound in Norwich at the UEA. Who did you go see? That's a long way to travel for a concert. Did you go see anyone cool? I'm hoping for a big name. Isn't Yarmouth great? It is great. I holiday there every year, near enough, or I try to. I've holidayed in Yarmouth every year apart from last year. Apart from last year with the pandemic, I've been to Yarmouth every year for about 33, 34 years of my life. Um, the Vapors. I have no idea who they are, but I'm sure they're an awesome band. Um, but welcome to my channel. Great to have you here. I haven't been to any of those places you mentioned. Fair enough. It's a beautiful coastline where I live. You've got Blakeney, you've got Wells, you've got Hunstanton, you've got Galston. You've got loads of little cute. If you go around the east of the UK as we like bulge out, you've got some beautiful seaside places. The sights, the smells, the sounds, the North Norfolk coast is so beautiful. It's entirely different to like places like Blackpool and that. This is a really nice. I want to say it's a scenic coastline around where I live. But people might say Blackpool's fantastic, and I've never been to Blackpool to know. But my mum has, my sister has, and they like it. But whether it would be too glitz and glamour for me, I do like a more toned down seaside town. A bit more quiet, refined. Although Yarmouth is quite in your face when it comes to seaside towns, but yeah, yes, the opposite, literally, yeah. So, um, but how did you find my channel, David? If you don't mind me asking, did you find me on the live thing? Because I've had quite a few people this evening come in and find me by chance. I'm a goth. If you didn't get that, probably didn't, but I am. Um, and I've had a channel for like nearly 4 years, which is kind of cool. And I just hang out in my little flat and live stream for the last year. And previously, I used to live stream elsewhere before I moved. Um, Top of the live list. Really? Wow. Okay. Well, I must be doing something right then. Thank you, David. Well, I'm so glad you've all ravens are goths. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Raven is only my goth YouTube name. It's my goth name. It's not my real name. I don't tell people on YouTube my real name, obvious reasons. But Raven was my goth name that I appointed myself back in the day when I was a little goth girl, and I've had the goth name Raven ever since. It's been through hell and back through me. And Midnight is my cat that I don't have anymore because he lives with my ex, because I live in a flat and can't have pets. But ravens are nice. We've been talking about birds earlier, and Raven is a good bird because that's me. Um, but I can't believe I was top of the live list. Well, holy shit. I'm astounded by that myself. Because you're the second person or third person that's come in this evening saying they saw me on the live list to come and watch me. I had a guy from Hong Kong earlier come in that was talking to me about British soaps and British TV. I mean, it was amazing. And he had all these ideas that I could do a back gothic drop and medieval stuff and all that, and he was well into it. And he happened to find my channel purely by chance, the same as you did. Fill in chat on live, and this is top. Really? Okay. Well, thank you for coming to my channel, David, and at least giving it an opportunity. Fill in chat on live. I can't spell, so that won't work. Okay. It's not coming up like that on my app. It might be different if you're on desktop, but if I'm top, then by all means. I mean, why not? I mean, I'm astounded that I'm top. Hey, Zero. Blackpool is not as exotic as Hong Kong, but go with it. Just the app. Oh, okay. Well, perfect. I'll take that in a heartbeat. How are you doing, Zero? How's your evening going? Well, thank you, David. I'm so glad I'm top. It is random. Well, you're the second person this evening that's told me I'm top on the YouTube app, and the other guy was from Hong Kong. So, and he had a lovely talk with me. He thought I was a psychic. He thought I was goth. He came in and had a wonderful chat. I'm good. Had a long nap. How about you? I've been live streaming for 4 hours. Probably needs a nap. Like, I've been live streaming all evening, Zero. But let's say it's based on merit. Oh, okay. Well, hopefully my live stream's coming up top because I have some great content. Maybe. Um, who knows? Um, we've had some really nice conversations this evening. Festivals. We've talked about horror movies. Zero. We've talked about holidays. We've talked about loads of stuff this evening. Some people were here for literally 3 hours of my stream and hung out with me. I mean, you can't buy content like that. I mean, I've tried to stay interesting for 4 hours. I don't know whether I managed it or not, but there are people still here, mind you. So I believe I've done something right. Um, well, hopefully I'm coming off really well. Are you into hats? Yes, yes I am. This is my very nice Trilby hat that I have had for years. I've worn hats since I was a little girl. I've always been a hat fan. I have hats for all year round. Most of the time, I wear my good old Trilby hat, but I do wear berets. I do wear summer hats. I do wear a beanie in the winter if I get really cold. And if I do wear a beanie, then it has cool slogans on it like Bad Hair Day, Meow. I've got one that says Witch. And then I have my summery hats, and then I have my berets. So I'm kind of a hat person, and I've always liked my Trilby hat. I have one of these, and I buy these Freddy-esque I buy my trilby hats. I buy my trilby hats like every 3 or 4 years. I switch them out and I buy a new set. Do you put pins on your hats? I've got one pin on one of my hats. I've got one. I do have some of them behind me. This is another one. This is kind of similar. So I have a different one. This is a summer one. So I have my summer hat. It's kind of like autumn, and it's got a bow on it, which is kind of cool. A huge bow on it that I wear. The other one I wear for the summer is like this. And this one actually has the pin on it. This one actually has a pin. And it says, oh, I can't get it, fashion. But that's the only pin I have on hats. And then I have this one. And it says meow. This one says meow. And then my other one says bad hair day. And they're just some of what I have. But the one I wear mainly is this one. It's my gangster trilby hat. But I do have loads of hats, and I do like hats. I like trilbies mainly. This is like my style of hat because it suits me. But depending on the time of the year, I have to switch them out. A hataholic, I know. Some women like shoes, some women like bags. I like hats. And I get a new one of these every couple of years because it gets on the top, if you can see, it gets sun bleached. So every kind of 2 or 3 years, I get a new hat. And I usually buy them from like Sandringham fairs and stuff like that. They're nice. Have you done a video on them? I don't know. I don't know if I have zero. I did one on my shoe collection ages ago. You have some really nice, you have some really long, pretty hair. Um, Obviously, it's under a hat most of the time, so you don't really get to see my hair. But I do have really long hair as such. It's unloved because of lockdown, but it is really long, and I do look after it. It does come to sort of midriff. Thank you, Mr. L. I don't know if I've done a video on them though. I like hats and sneakers. Yeah, I love shoes, I love handbags, but hats are kind of my thing. Hats, cats, do you have tats? Just keep the rhymes going. No, don't have anything. I am pasty white skin. I don't have anything. No, I have hats, cats. I do have a cat, but he doesn't live with me. My cat lives with my ex. Um, but no, I have no tattoos, none at all. No tattoos, no piercings, none of that. Not that I don't like tattoos, I just don't have any of my own by choice. My phone again. Um, Long distance cat relationship. Yeah, yeah. Um, Hang on. That's my pussycat. That's Midnight. He was the other part of my channel before I moved. Here we go. That's Midnight. He's nearly 8 years old. And he used to be the other half of my channel, but now that I'm single, he lives with my ex because I live in a flat, and unfortunately I can't have my cat. So he's well looked after. I see him a couple of times a month. I give him a check over, and I go see him and spend some time with him. So I haven't lost my cat. He's well looked after. I miss him every day though. Nothing like a nice kitty hug. Sorry to hear that my ex took our 2 dogs when we split. Oh, that's a shame, Mr. O. It is a hard thing to have pets for people, but like I said, Midnight's 8 years old, and we had him as a couple for 8 years together. So Midnight, we had right from a kitten at like 8 weeks old, right up until he's like 8 years old, and obviously we've only just split, so we grew up with Midnight, and it's just a shame of how things have turned out. And now I see him a couple of times a month, maybe twice a month, maybe more. But I do miss him every day. He has some long whiskers. He does. He's such a character. He's so well poised, and he'll pose for pictures. He's such a man cat, such a man whore. But there are pictures on him in my Instagram. If you want to see more pictures of my cat, you can follow me on Instagram at the_midnight_raven. And there are tons of pictures of my cat on there, as well as myself, from back in the day, of me and my pretty cat, who I miss. But I do see him though, which is a good thing. And he's well looked after and well fed and everything. So my cat is missed by me. But he's with my ex-partner. He's with my son, so he's well looked after. I don't have to worry about him, which is good. But I'm sorry, Mr. Earl, that she took your dogs. It's a really hard thing to have a pet when you're in a couple, because you know when that time comes, if you do split, you're gonna fight over it. Some don't care. Some will fight to the ends of the earth for their dogs. That's why I don't have pets. Not that it makes a difference, because I also don't have partners. Oh, okay. Maybe you have the best of both worlds, because pets are trouble and so are partners. Maybe you have the best part of the deal there. You have neither. So you have all this free time to do whatever you want with no cats, no partners. You probably got the best deal out of the whole bunch. Well, I'm so glad you stumbled on my channel. Both you and Nathan Lee that popped in earlier, both popped into my channel, found my channel by coincidence, and we've had some really nice conversations. No hares, cats, or women. See? You don't get hairs anywhere. Just think of the possibilities of having a couch that isn't covered in cat hair, dog hair, or women hair. Perfect. See, you've got the best deal out of all of it. That's why men are single. They don't want pet hair everywhere or women's hair everywhere, because it does get everywhere. I mean, I don't dispute that my hair gets everywhere, but it's my flat, so. Living the dream. Exactly, David. You are living the single man's dream. And Lancashire isn't a bad place to live it either. I think we're all living the dream nowadays. Yeah, he's living the dream. Big thumbs up to David, who's living the dream. Please don't assume my gender. Super male? Super male? What do you mean by super male? Please don't assume my gender. You are male, right? You're super male? What does super male mean? Please don't assume my gender. Okay. Moving on. And what I've said. That went south. I don't know what to say now. Please don't assume my gender. I'm super male. It's one up. Okay. I'm not sure what to talk about now. Well, I've been live for 4 hours. You're super male just below Superman, are you? Is that what you think of yourself? Well, you can be anything you like in this day and age. Superman, Wonder Woman, the possibilities are endless. I like to just consider myself as a goth called Raven. That's just me, just plain old me. Um, Plain old me. Live streaming in my flat. Does that come with X-ray vision? It would be good if it did, wouldn't it? Would it be good if it came with X-ray vision? Um, Wing it. Wing it. I am winging it. Yeah, I basically wing it. You know, that's how I do YouTube. I'm winging it. I'm going with the flow. I'm making this shit up as I go along. Can you not tell? Can you not tell I'm making this stuff up as I go along? No? You're not getting that? You just stumbled on a wing it channel. We're going to wing it until we make it, as they say. But I do other stuff. I do haul videos. I do serial killer stuff. I do vlogs out and about once the weather's good and I'm officially allowed to go outside because of COVID, and that kind of thing. But you've tuned into my channel, so obviously you find some kind of value in it. Everyone comes here for different reasons. It does. It's a great superpower, but ends up infecting partners with radiation. There's always a downside, isn't there? Always a downside when it comes to stuff like that. There's always a positive and a negative. Unfortunately, I think infecting people with radiation probably outweighs the fact of being able to look through their bodies with the X-ray vision. It's a slight price to pay, isn't it? That's how I live my entire life. I wing it. Is there any other way to live? No one's to schedule their time 24/7. We need to wing it. It's the best policy. Best way of doing life is winging it. Perfect way to go for it. Perfect way to look at life. Just wing it and go with the flow. Or, say hell to the wall and just do whatever. COVID never affected me much. Probably interacted with more people following the lockdown. Yeah. Yeah, I think you were. I mean, I can't speak for myself. I've not had COVID myself. I've not had the COVID jab. I have spent quite a lot of time indoors due to lockdown. Um, and to be fair, I didn't really socialize a lot before lockdown, if I'm honest. Kind of kept myself to myself either way. So it's not really changed me per se. In my normal habits of everyday life. But if you want to follow me outside of YouTube, you can follow me on Twitter or you can follow me on Instagram. And I'm the _midnight_raven. where you can message me behind the scenes. You can see pictures of my cats. You can see pictures when I go out and about, hopefully, God willing, sometime soon. You can basically follow my life off of YouTube on Instagram. And you can also do it on Twitter as well. I do load more on Instagram. I'm more of an Instagrammer than anything else. I will photograph my hot chocolate. I will photograph my cat. There's Snapchat pictures on there that I took over. So there's loads more to Raven that you can find just by going on Snapchat, talking behind the scenes with me on things like Instagram and all that, and have like a full experience talking to me, not just on YouTube. Are you streaming more since? Yes. I've streamed more since I moved house. I moved in June last year, and since about the last month, I've been streaming more. You had COVID, and it was over in 3 days, but it killed my uncle. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. L. Ravens, etc., are capable of winging it. Well, thank you. I've been winging it for the last 4 hours and 20 minutes, so I think I've done pretty well. I still have people in my chat. They're still talking to me, so I'm making some kind of sense. I had COVID. It wasn't a big deal. It only lasted 3 days again. But I really hoped we'd get rid of the masks over here, since most places also know 100% open. Yeah, in the UK, as you know, zero. I'm in a full lockdown. Whole of the country, 1 hour exercise a day, one shopping trip a week, only allowed out for 1 hour exercise a day. It's killing me. It's um, it's it's a trying time, as I've said before. Um, But we're coping. We're coping in the UK. You know us British, we're stiff upper lip, we get the job done, and we persevere. That's how we roll in the UK. We persevere, we get shit done, we carry on. Is it true the police come to your houses over there because neighbours have some tea together? There has been occasions where parties have been split up, raves have been split up, neighbours have tattled on each other. Yeah, stuff like that has happened. Some lasted 3 days, 1 day feverish flu, 1 day weak on the stairs, and 1 day loss of taste, and then all good. Okay, so it's over fairly quickly. I have a poor immune system, so if I caught COVID, I don't know how I would cope. I have a non-existent immune system, to be fair. So I think I would struggle a hell of a lot more. But I haven't had my COVID jab yet either. I was ill last weekend. I was really poorly, and it felt like a cold or a flu. I'm not sure. Some people said it might have been COVID. Some said it was a cold and a flu. I didn't have a fever though, or a loss of taste. I think it was just a cold. But people are always quick to assume you're dying as soon as you get ill, like man flu. Um, but no, I was sick for a couple of days, and then it all kind of passed. I didn't have a fever. I did have achy muscles. You probably got it and didn't notice, and it could have been. It could have been. I think it overtook my uncle because he had asthma his entire life. Yeah, the problem with COVID is obviously it affects your respiratory system, and obviously asthma, bronchitis, any kind of respiratory problem, COPD, obviously, is going to affect that kind of thing. So I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. L. Um, we had COVID in my family. My sister and her partner caught COVID, and they're luckily making a recovery. It's taking time, but they are recovering, which is good. So they are recovering. It's a slow process. They have took longer to recover. Um, But you know, we take each day as it is, and they're both alive and both doing well, so it's always a plus. Um, Good evening, Joe Buddy. The royal way for Joe Buddy, of course. How are you this evening, Joe? I've been live for 4 and a bit hours. As you can see, Eli has disliked my video, even though we were talking about movies and cinema and holidays and music. I still have 5 dislikes. So great. Obviously, that's great because why wouldn't I have dislikes on my channel? I also have 18 thumbs up, so suck it, Eli. Just in case you're wondering, Eli, I have 18 thumbs up. You have 5 down. He's streaming with purpose. I don't think Eli has a purpose in life unless it's to annoy everyone he comes into contact with. If you can class that as a purpose in life, so be it. Dislikes are as good as likes. Well, thank you, David. I'm hoping that's the process of this because I have 18 likes and 5 dislikes. So I would say I'm winning. I class that as winning. And dislikes, like you said, David, are an interaction. So dislike away. It just means I'm triggering somebody, which is always good for your channel. Can I ask you a question, David? What age group do you fall into? In your 20s, your 30s, your 40s? Where do you fit into the whole age group on YouTube? Are you the same age as me? I'm in my 30s. Just out of curiosity. You should be making videos instead of making accounts to dislike. Well, unfortunately, that's the way you are 34. Fair enough. I am 36. Um, I am 36 years old. 36 years young. I say that loosely, 36 years young. I don't feel 36. I feel like 106 sometimes. 0 is 30. I think my community that mostly comes to my channel is kind of around the 30s and 40s, which is a great age group to have because then I have things in common with them, which is great. Ask David how he feels about whips and chains. Yeah, last night's stream was a bit different. Guess you win. I always win, David. Ask him how he feels about whips and chains. I guess I'm the old bird at 40. Ah, you're never too old, Mr. O, to come to my channel. I have people in their 30s and 40s. I have the occasional late 20s come in. But most of my genre is 30s to 40s, mind you. That's kind of, I wouldn't say it's my content, but it's easier to talk to people when they're around your age group because, like music, movies, it is easier to try and hang out with the same age group. So you're not old. You're not old. Yeah, 40 isn't old, is it? Let's be honest. I'm 36 and I don't consider myself up. You're the oldest one here. Gordo's back. Good evening, Gordo. Yeah, most people watch our channels are around the same age as we are. It's just YouTube thinks kids or under 18s watch our videos. My demographic, when I look at my analytics, puts me that my age group on YouTube is between the ages of 25 and 45. So that's my demographic. Your social security number is 5. Yeah, he's an old age pensioner, aren't you, Gordo? The demographic for my channel is between 25 and 45. So I've got like the late 20s, 30s, and the early 40s, which isn't a bad age group to have on YouTube. It gives me a broad spectrum to talk about stuff. I can talk about the 80s when I was born. I know about the 70s with music, the 80s, the 90s, and obviously the teens. So I've got like a whole array from like the 70s upwards to talk about. I feel indifferent in chains, lifted some today. The heavy ones are annoying and the lighter chains are less annoying. Never felt whips, I have no feelings registered. Well, there you go, Joe. He answered your question. We don't always interrogate people that come into my chat, just the occasional one. Um, I'm 21 plus 30 life experience years. Ah, you're young. You can fit in my demographic, Gordo. It's all right. Just because YouTube says you should be between 25 and 45 to appreciate my content, don't mean you can't slip in the back door, Gordo, and sneak around and lurk and enjoy my content. We had a good chat earlier about music, Gordo. Don't knock yourself down. You can stay. You're my favourite troll on YouTube. You have to stay around. Gordo is older than me. Uh, Age is only a word. I mean a number. Age is only a word. I guess. I feel older. Sometimes. I think day-to-day life and struggles as you get older drains on you a bit more. Just in your day-to-day life. Um, as you say, David, you aren't as old as you feel. Age is just a number. Um, I've managed to live stream for 4.5 hours to a wide range of demographics in ages. I spent most of the evening talking to guys in their 30s, early 40s, and now I'm talking to people in their 50s. I feel older today than yesterday. I think yesterday I felt younger. What? Because it was your birthday, Gordo. I've been watching a lot of 1930s films restored in 4K and colorized. Oh, have you, Zero? What films have you been watching? What have you been watching? Um, have you been watching stuff like 1930s? Oh, you old films in color can feel eerie. It can give it a weird sense, can't it? It would be like I suppose it would be like putting the film Psycho into color rather than having it in black and white, or having the Birds film, from Hitchcock into color instead of black and white. It would feel weird having a film in color that was once in black and white. Some films work well in black and white. It's homemade films from the Luminary Luminary Brothers. Oh, okay, cool. But like I said, it would be like putting Psycho or The Birds from like Alfred Hitchcock into color. It would look weird for me. Some films are meant to be in black and white. I think they have a dark, grainy aesthetic like that, and it kind of fits the film. But more for you, Zero, watching that kind of stuff. It must be well interesting. Um, but it is cool to watch the older films. Nowadays, everything's CGI and all this, and it's good to watch an old film nowadays. Relive some of the old art history movies. Anti-Cuck Device Clinic. Clerks. Yeah, Clerks is in black and white, isn't it? That's a good film, and that's black and white. There's really good films in black and white. Like I said, most of Hitchcock's films were in black and white because they fit that aesthetic. It was the graininess, it was the dark aesthetic, which is kind of cool. Like when my dad watched the '66 World Cup final in colour around 20 years ago, he said it felt very different and lost some of the innocence. Yeah, because obviously the World Cup in '66 would have been in black and white, and to relive it where it's been coloured and remastered. Schindler's List was originally in black and white. Yep, I've seen that as well. I've also seen the color version of Schindler's List. I've seen both versions, black and white one and the color version. Um, Film noir. I love Roman Holiday and Sabrina in black and white. Some films just suit the black and white aesthetic. Um, Audrey Hepburn is Audrey Hepburn, so much class. Tron was black and white and then colorized. Yeah. I didn't really like the new Tron color. It's kind of too much in my face. I'm more of a dark noir aesthetic, kind of dark and moody, more toned, um, kind of film buff, I suppose. I love Alfred Hitchcock stuff, Psycho, Birds, that kind of thing. Although I do like films of color, there is something about watching an old black and white movie. But then when they colorize it, like you said, you kind of miss something. You kind of lose something by then having it in color. Um, the tone of the film, the aesthetic of the film, maybe the atmos changes because it changes color. I mean, Schindler's List for me was a grainy, black and white, kind of hard hitting film, and the black and white did it justice. You love watching the old universe monsters. Like watching the old Godzilla in black and white. Um, I guess watching old Godzilla films in black and white. Oliver Twist was originally black and white. Yeah, that's a good one. A lot of films, it's it's that sum of your imagination that gets taken away. Yeah, yeah, I see what you mean, David. Um, it's different, isn't it? It's different. Um, hair's getting my eyes. But I think some films are meant to be black and white and some are meant to be color. And when they try and alternate them or change them, I think you lose something within the film. Like I said, Schindler's List, Psycho, and all that, the black and white worked really well. And when you take that away, I think you take a part of the film's essence. Um, but there was some good olden day black and whites, and there was a lot of you don't get many modern films now that do black and white. But I did enjoy when Sin City came out, and that was kind of black and white and grainy and grey. Um, is that um, kind of film? The whole Sin City thing, where it was black and white and grey kind of thing, and there was a pop of colour ever so often that just gave it a little bit of edge. That was kind of a modern day black and white film, if you want to call it that. I kind of like that whole pop of colour ever so often. Also, it was just designed for black and white lighting, etc. Yeah, yeah. Back in the day, they designed it because that's what they had at the time. Nowadays, obviously, you could change your film's aesthetic, change the colours, blend, and everything, and you kind of taint it. There was a lot of really bad colorized ones. Also, I think one of the Dracula ones was once released in a red tint. I watched the old Nosferatu, which was black and yeah, Nosferatu was black and white. I believe. I believe Nosferatu was black and white. Back in the day. I've only watched it once, but I believe the entire film was black and white. Rebel Without a Cause, another black and white classic. Whether you can change them films into color and still get the same feeling, I don't know if Schindler's List would be so hard hitting if it was in color. I think it being in black and white made it perfect. Yeah, Nosferatu is black and white. That's what I thought. Um, but things were shot in certain dynamics because they were shown in these tones. Yeah, the greys, the blacks, and everything. The morbid, nitty gritty kind of aesthetic to the movies. Yeah, it's kind of what I like. That kind of thing. Um, Alfred Hitchcock was a legend of a director. He was a bit tumultuous to work with, apparently, but the films he produced were some great films. Um, like all directors, he's one of my favourite. White Zombie. I've never heard of White Zombie before. I've never heard of that one. Is that one a good one? Is that like a zombie film in black and white? I've never seen that one. Young Frankenstein. Young Frankenstein's also in color. Yeah. I mean, they do try with the movies. I mean, you can't tamper with classics in my eyes. They should be left as they are. But some people, want to modernize things. There's a what? A voodoo zombies. Sounds like it was shot just in white. Yeah, I don't know. That would be a weird concept to just film a film in white. But I've never heard of White Zombie before. Myself. Classic Ballet Lugosi. Ballet Lugosi, is that how you pronounce his name? I'm terrible when it comes to pronouncing it. I think it's called Bela Lugosi or something like that. Um, I've never seen it before. Um, but I'll quite happily look it up. I've got so much to look up after this stream. I've got songs to look up, movies to look up, things I've been suggested to watch. You'd have planned my entire weekend at this rate, which would be kind of cool. I'll have an entire weekend planned, music to listen into while I do stuff, movies to watch during the evening. I'll have a whole weekend sorted. Thanks, you guys. You sorted my weekend. I've been live streaming for 4 hours and 40 minutes. Like the longest live stream I think I might have ever done. At least in a while. I usually do about 3 hour streams, and we're nearly at 5 hours. Believe it, would you? And you guys are still here. How is this possible? How is it that I've had so much to say for the last 5 hours you guys have stayed? Um, Unbelievable. Congratulations. I should pat myself on the back. Auntie, do you have any appointments available? Oh, I'm sure you've seen ballet images before. I probably have. I think you're qualified to be a life coach now. Am I? Am I? I'm qualified to be a life coach. Thank you, Joe Buddy. As a self-appointed life coach. Self-appointed, obviously. Because you don't need to be qualified to be a life coach. You can just be some rambling idiot with a tiny hat and a hedgehog attached to your mic, and you can claim to be anything you like. Well, thank you, Joe. I'm so glad that I've been promoted to life coach. It's an honor. It's an honor. I shall hide my life coach hat for pride. Well, I mean, I would normally stream for about 3 hours, but tonight the chat's been flowing. We've had a ball, a bus full of first aiders. Bus full of first aiders. Oh, the anti-cup device clinic. But we've had a really good evening. We've talked about everything you can imagine this evening. Well, within reason. But I've had people in it constantly. If you look at the chat, there's been chat, chat, chat all night long for the last 5 hours. Amazingly, I managed to keep an audience for this long. I mean, I hate to toot my own horn, but I think I've done pretty well. And you guys are still here, so I've obviously done something right. Obviously done something right. Obviously, Coach Eli is walking around like a complete tosspot giving terrible advice, and everyone thought that maybe, just maybe, I might be better content. There's always that chance. There's always that slight inkling that I could be better. than some stupid. Hey, good evening, Coach TB. Haven't seen you in a while, my friend. How are we this evening? We've been talking about God knows what this evening. It would be hard. My entire chair is falling off. It would be hard to recall everything we've talked about this evening, but as you can see, I've been live for nearly 5 hours, so there would be a lot to go over. I'm doing really well, Coach TB. Thank you for asking. I've had a really nice evening. Instead of just sitting here looking at my four walls, we've talked about everything and anything. Movies, holidays, COVID, black and white films, festivals. We've talked about loads of stuff. My cat, my Instagram. We've talked about a lot of things this evening. And obviously, it's given me a ton of watch time so that I can get monetized, which I'd love to get monetized sooner rather than later. And hopefully, this is going to help me, thanks to you guys watching and listening to my stuff. Obviously, there are more interesting people live right now. You could go watch Coach E live, walk around talking crap, while shouting at random animals that want to attack him. But you're here instead, which is great, because my content's better. Let's be honest, I'm better. I may not have a fancy setup, but I can talk, I can give advice, I can listen. I'm me, I guess. That's a good point. Go me. Yeah, it's been a really good evening. 4 hours and 45 minutes. It's a record for me. I haven't live streamed like this in at least, I don't know, 2.5 years. And to be honest, I've only really started live streaming in the last month or so. I've been here for like nearly 9 months and I've only just started live streaming again. I kind of took like a 2-year break really from live streaming. I've done on and off. Is there some rival? Yeah, some other YouTuber doesn't like me. And as you can see on my channel, I have 5 dislikes, and that is from a particular small-minded community of about 3 people that dislike my channel, which is perfectly fine because it just shows how small-minded they are. But on the plus side, aside from the fact that I have 5 dislikes, I actually have 21 likes. So I hate to say it myself, but I think I won the popularity contest this evening. I'd like to see his channel get 21 likes compared to 5 dislikes. So I think I won. Elo will be on JB Stro in about an hour or 2. Yeah, when is JB live? When is that stream happening, Coach DP? Because I don't want to miss this shit. This is going to be legend. Wait for it. Dairy. It's going to be a need to see stream. I'm going to have to stay up with my eyes open to watch it because look, it's nearly midnight as it is. They will turn into a shit show as always when they collaborate. Of course, I will be waiting in the wing, watching from the sidelines, waiting for the fur to fly as it always does. And if it doesn't, we can only hope it falls apart because it's great content and I love to see Eli triggered. It's 9 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So about 2 a.m. then. Quite late for me. I don't know whether the eyeballs can hold out. Possibly. I might be able to watch it. If not, I'm going to have to watch the replay, and that sucks. So I'm going to have to see if I can stay up. It's an hour and 20 minutes. Oh, that's a long time. It's in 1 hour and 20 minutes. So it's about 1:30. It's about 1:30. Maybe. I might have to watch the replay. I thought it was 8 p.m. Eastern. Does anyone know when JB's coming live? Anyone? You thought it was 8 p.m. So what's that? 1 a.m.? 1, 2, 3. That would be 1 a.m. for me. Does no one know when he's going live? How many times has Eli changed the time? Is it because he's walking with purpose they've had to put it back? Because the small little man can't walk quick enough. Raven, 80 minutes is nothing to you. Is it? Maybe. I mean, I can fall asleep. I have live streamed for 5 hours. I mean, I've done pretty well. Nearly. No, it's 9. Is it 9? 8 p.m. will be in 60. I don't know when he's live. I'm losing the will to live here. Everyone's been telling me different times all day, and I don't want to miss it, to be honest. Eli will go live at 8 to promote the show. Oh, he's going. Why is he promoting the bloody thing? I think it's fucking obvious where he is tonight. He made it pretty obvious the other night when, JB donated £50 to him that Eli was going to at least turn up to this interview, or this whatever it's called. It was pretty obvious for £50 he would turn up. He couldn't turn up, to RDAs or to Lycans because they didn't pay him 50 quid. William Dafoe's Shadow of the Vampire, good movie. Yeah? There are a lot of good movies that include vampires. Apart from Interview with a Vampire with Tom Cruise, which is fucking horrendous. Apart from that, the rest. And obviously Twilight sucks ass. All the Twilight suck ass. Eli is a naughty schoolboy puppet in Sooty. So do you know Coach Eli David? Eli was a naughty schoolboy puppet in Sooty. Was he now? He is piggybacking from it. Of course he is Zero. He's piggybacking from JB. He's looking for notoriety. He's looking for someone to appreciate him, and he's not going to find it here. Did you not like Interview with a Vampire? I didn't like Tom Cruise being in it. You watch Sooty a lot. Not really. I probably did when my boys were younger. Sooty and Sweep and Sue and Scampy too. Probably did when I was younger. I didn't like. Not really. It's not my favorite film. Interview with Vampire. They should have made more movies. I mean, the film itself was okay, but I don't like Tom Cruise. I've never liked him as an actor. The film itself was fine if you'd have just took him out of it. Twilight should be called Bella Eyes because they never change. I didn't like Twilight. Twilight was no. No, it should have been more about the vampires and less about the romance. But the books were going for the romantic vampire meets werewolf kind of love story, and kind of a trashy love story with some vampires and some werewolves thrown in it. But that's my opinion, of course. As always, it's just my opinion. Twilight's garbage, exactly. Right? He knows where I'm coming from. It is absolute garbage. Again, just my own opinion, but we do have a second opinion in the chat that says it's garbage too, so it's 2-0. I mean, I did, and Eli can't. I mean, I did. Oh, you did know him. Eli conjures up images of a perfect Masuti with the guy's hand up his butt. Just wondering if there is anything like this other Eli. I don't know. Eli is a. If you know Eli, then you know who I'm talking about. He's a horrible person. He's lower form of life on YouTube. He's scum, basically. He's a fake life coach. Who gives stupid advice. He's disabled. He bullies the disabled. He bullies people with disabilities. He's a horrible human being. I haven't seen a good vampire movie made in the 21st century. No, No, I can't say there has been. I can't say there has been. A good vampire movie. I do like Bram Stoker's Dracula. No, I don't. Only Eli I know is a puppet from City. He was a horrible puppet. Okay, well, Coach Eli Mellis has a YouTube channel and is a complete moron. Gives terrible advice, bullies the disabled, and he's just a horrible human being. Paint can dry quicker than what Bella's eyes can blink. She's like this all the time, like, ooh. I bet Eli's a Twilight fan. I bet he is. I bet he likes a good romance, two alpha males going at it for a woman. Oh, can you think of anything worse? You got two meatheads going for one woman. Not my kind of movie. Bram Stoker's was great. See? Bram Stoker's Dracula was good. That movie I liked. That I can go for a vampire movie. Twilight, no. Interview with the Vampire, didn't like it. No, sorry. I've always hated Twilight. As soon as I saw the first movie, and I was like, "What is this shit?" Like, no, just stop. And then they had to make two more movies. Like, oh, like stop with the corny love vampire movies. Stop. Enough. Um, sorry, I'm tapping my foot. Yeah, I would say that's the best vampire movie I've seen in years. Other vampire movies. I don't think there's been anything really good come out. You get B-rate movies that have vampires in and werewolves and that, but a real good horror film. Van Helsing wasn't bad. Wasn't bad, mind you. Van Helsing wasn't bad. I mean, it was kind of well put together. Good evening, Anna. I hope the new Blade is good. See, I didn't really like Blade either. You're gonna say, well, you're a Garth, you like vampires. Blade should be my mecca, and it isn't. I didn't mind the first movie, but the rest were kind of it. Yeah. How are you this evening, Anna? You've been hard at work again, my little bear. You're such a hard-working lady. If only I had a job to proclaim I was hard-working. I have done a 5-hour live stream. That took a lot of work. I've had a really quiet evening. I'm alone. I didn't really have anything to do. And these guys have been keeping me company, Anna. Isn't it nice when you have men at your feet keeping you company? Um, we've had a really good evening. We've talked about, no, I called today off. Are you still feeling poorly, Anna? I did hear you went home. Was it you went home yesterday feeling poorly? You don't have a voice. Oh, bless you, sweetheart. Thought the special effects in Helsing were decent. They were. He did give the film wasn't that bad. I give the film credit. It was on the line, but it wasn't bad. Yeah, I think Joe Ron said you were calling in coming home early yesterday. Oh, I feel sorry for you, Anna. You should watch the Van Helsing anime. Ah, cool. No, I prefer to be at Daddy's feet, keeping him company. Well, that's good for you, Anna. I have all these men at my feet because I don't have a man to have at my feet. So we're going to have all these men on YouTube bowing down to me. Good for you, Anna. You and Coach J Ram are a wonderful pair. If I can get a man at my feet, we're good to go, Anna. No, I'm so sorry you're poorly. I know what it's like. I felt crap the other week. It's no fun. No fun at all feeling poorly. But at least you're at home, and I'm sure Kate Rom is doting on you and looking after you, Anna. And you'll feel well in no time at all. I'm sure you will feel better soon. Coach, Coach is probably, bringing you soup and making you all feel nice. One film, I think he's amazing. I'm sure you'll find your match soon, honey. Oh, I'm hoping so, Anna. You've been asleep most of the day. Well, sleep is the best remedy. Sleep is good for you. Soup is good for you, especially for your voice. Nice hot soup running down your throat will make your throat feel better. And to drink plenty, of course, because you told me to make sure I drink plenty and eat well when I was sick. So same goes for you. Drink plenty, and soup is good for your voice. One film I think they should remake is American Werewolf in London. With the special effects, none are far better than when it was made back in 1981. Mm. Yeah, I'm not really into the whole werewolf films either. Um, London has no charm. I've only been to London once, so the comment I make would be on the museum that I went to. And I went to the National History Museum, or was it the science one? I went to one of the museums, um, and that was all I saw of London. He made me. He made all the meals today and your snackies, did he? He's been making sure I've been staying hydrated on top of my meds. Good for you, Anna. I'm so glad that you have someone really good to look after you because it's horrible being poorly. You love museums. Yeah, when I went to London, I went to the National History Museum, I think. Um, get off my screen. Went to the National History Museum, I think it was. Um, has he not given you any of his special cough syrup? Oh, Gordo. You have to take the tone down, don't you? You have to take the tone down just slightly compared to how it was in 1981. You're talking about the Werewolf in London film, aren't you? Yes. I'm not really into werewolf films as such. And that comes at bedtime. I bet it does, Anna. You make sure he looks after you good and proper. She's a well looked after, fed girl. That's what Anna is. And that's good for her. Get off my screen. Stop sharing stuff. Discord hates me. It won't shut up. Um, but yeah, I'm so glad he's taking care of you, Anna. Hopefully, I will be lucky enough to find the man that will look after me when I'm poorly, because I could have done with it last week when I was sick. Never said anything. It's just your pervy mind, Raven. Is it? Is it my pervy mind, Gordo? It might be just a little. Might be just a little. Maybe I was just hoping when I was sick I would have the magical cure. Jamie's going live in a few minutes. Is he? Okay. Well, thank you for that, Gordo. I had wanted to know when JB was going live, but no one seems to know. So maybe Jamie will tell me. You're innocent. You're innocent, Gordo. Innocent. Butter wouldn't melt in your mouth, hey, Gordo. And I can't see the picture that you're showing, David, because it's too small on my telly. But yeah, Jamie's going live in a minute. Obviously, JB's going live in an hour. Oh, I might actually be able to stay up for that then, Coach TP. If it's an hour, I am, I tell you. I am. Believe me. I'd love to believe you, Gordo, but there is no evidence to the contrary that you're an innocent little boy. Or an innocent little man, or just innocent in general. There's no evidence. G your eyes, Eli T Y. G your eyes, L T Y. I cannot read that. I don't know what you said. Coach TB, is that sharing the link to Jamie's? Is that Jamie's link or JB's link? You're a saint. If you say so, Gordon, I'm a saint. Guilty? We're all guilty of something. All guilty of something. Can't you see my halo? Amazingly not, Gordo. It's like more like devil horns, like. That's JB's link. Thank you, Coach TP. I've had like 3 different times tonight that people have said that JB and Lycan were live. Have you ever seen 1990 Forgotten? No, I haven't. No, I haven't. But I will be going to Jamie's live in a minute. I do want to support Jamie. I do support the Lycan Legion, and so should everyone else. Aside from what JB and Eli were going to say tonight, I will still support Lycan Legion. I support J-Rum, Lycan Legion, I support Riley. I support all of them, and I will continue to. JB and Eli can say whatever they like, but they're not going to change my mind. And Eli's been trying. Jamie is live now. Okay, thank you, Coach TV. Well, I am going to send you the first episode of Housing. Okay, you sent that to my Instagram. Well, I'm going to go watch JB. I'm going to go watch Jamie live. If you want to see more from me, give me a big thumbs up. I've been live for 5 hours, so give me a big thumbs up, yeah? Support the channel. If you want to support the channel in another way, you can also donate to my PayPal for all my worldly hours that I have spent and divulged my heart out to you guys. I will possibly not be live tomorrow. I might take a break. I'm definitely not live on Sunday that I know of. But I love you all. Give me a big thumbs up. Yeah, support my channel if you want to donate for all my hard work. And I will see you boys soon and girls soon for another live stream very, very soon. I love you all. Take care and thanks for watching. Good night.